On behalf of the Rwandan community of the Midwest, I would like to welcome you and thank you for joining us in solidarity on this date for the 25th commemoration of the genocide against the Tutsi, Kwibuka 25. Kwibuka means to remember in Kinyarwanda, describing the annual commemoration period when a series of events takes place in Rwanda and around the world where we honor the 1 million victims of the Rwandan genocide against the Tutsi and work to create narratives, conversations, reflections such as this, and different programs to help prevent such future atrocities. This evening, we especially remember the victims. As you all walked in, you saw a roll with a bunch of names from members of this community who lost a lot of loved ones, but we also pay tribute to a whole murdered generation. This year, and this commemoration is especially poignant. 25 years has passed since the genocide. And for many of us who witnessed immeasurable loss and still bear the memories of what we saw, this landmark means so much. It represents the essence of what we've been through as individuals, but also as a nation within the last 25 years. We've worked to heal, to forgive, and to rebuild as individuals and collectively as a Rwanda. Rwandans look at this landmark for 25 years, but also towards the future. And we are absolutely having an ironclad will that as time continues to pass, we will continue to commemorate 3 decades, 4, 5, however long it takes for the genocide against the Tutsis. And we will remain steadfast and proactive in remembering the lives of our loved ones and combating genocide ideology that threatens to erase the history and the horrors that befell us. The Kwibuka theme has 3 calls to action: to remember, to unite, and renew. And I wanted to reflect on what these words mean to me. First, as a former student of international relations, but also as a survivor of the genocide. After all, so extreme were these circumstances that it's almost easy to forget when you hear statistics like 1 million plus in 100 days. But these signify individual people and individual stories, people whose hopes and dreams and whose lives were tragically cut short. It's thus dedicating time to remember them, children, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers, whose silence we give a voice to. It's in uniting in our individual memories, but also in a collective Rwandan memory to identify that we will ensure their legacy and that of the genocide never fades. And it's about having a renewed faith in humanity, in Rwanda, and in the international community as we strive towards quelling the spark of intolerance and hatred to make this world a more tolerant place, but also in reflecting with pain and humility that this genocide would not have been possible without the help of ordinary men and women who followed orders without questioning, or those who simply stood idly by doing nothing. This is central in renewing our commitment and obligation to reflect upon this and ensuring that this will never happen again. With those words, I'm pleased to commence this evening by inviting 2 musicians to come forward, Rachel and Murray, and start us off with the Rwandan and American national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air are still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Rwanda nziza gihugu cyacu, wuje imisozi ibiyaga n'ibirunga, ngo byiduhetse gahorana ishya. Reka tukurate tukuvuge ibigwi, wowe utubumbiye hamwe twese abanyarwanda uko watubyaye. Berwa sugira singizwe iteka, horana Imana murage mwiza, ibyo tugukesha ntibishyikirwa. Umuco dusangiye uraturanga, ururimi rwacu rukaduhuza. Ubwenge umutima amaboko yacu ntibigukungahaze bikwiye, nukutera imbere ubutitsa.
Thank you, ladies, for those beautiful renditions of our national anthems. I would like to invite to the stage Pastor Bayingana, a spiritual leader within the community who will lead us into prayer.
I would like you to please stand as you pray. Father, we thank you for this afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for our friends, family members, all the people who are gathering here today, Father. I thank you for what you have done in our lives. We thank you that if it had not been for you, for most of us, we won't be here. So we thank you for that. We ask you that today, as we remember our loved ones during the testimonies and everything that will be said here, that you will give us that peace that surpasses all understanding for our heart's mind in Jesus Christ. We pray that we remember that we overcame the enemy, Satan, by the blood of the Lamb and the word of our testimony. So, Father, I pray that tonight you will be with us. We are going to hear so many things that are going to touch our emotions, but we know that at the end you will wipe our tears and death will be no more. And we know that our destiny is in heaven for the eternal life, that we will see our loved ones. So we ask you that we won't be discouraged by the enemy, but we be encouraged by you who have given us life. We thank you, Father. I pray for everybody who's on the way coming here, that they will arrive here safely. And Father, I pray that you give everybody tonight who's going to speak wisdom, understanding, and encouragement for your people. We pray in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Bayingana, for setting a spiritual tone for this evening. It is now my pleasure to welcome Immaculée Songa, Chair of the Commemorative Planning Committee, to speak on behalf of the team that put this whole program together and kick off our event.
Distinguished guests, fellow survivors, friends of Rwanda, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome. It is a privilege to address you this afternoon on a profound day for the Rwandan American community of the Midwest. Today, we come together as one to officially observe in a special way the 25th commemoration of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. I was honored this year to chair the incredible committee that worked tirelessly to put this program together. From the rich symposium you saw yesterday to the gathering today, in remembrance of those so dear to us, all 1 million souls whose lives were exterminated because of their identity. There is no greater cause or obligation than that of uniting here today to remember them. I want to start by acknowledging our guest speakers who came to support us on this beautiful day when we remember our beloved. I will start by thanking Mr. Manzi Lawrence, the first counselor to the American Embassy, to the Rwandan Embassy in DC, who represents Her Excellency Matilde Mukantabana, the ambassador of Rwanda to the US. Next, I will thank Mrs. Usta Kayitesi, who traveled all the way from Rwanda to support us. Mrs. Kayitesi is the CEO of the Rwanda Governance Board in Kigali. Then I will go to General Romeo Dallaire, who traveled all the way from Canada. It was just incredible to hear that you were going to come and be with us today. And having General Dallaire here as a person who was in Rwanda when the genocide was being planned and when the genocide was being executed is just incredible for the audience who weren't in Rwanda, who hear our stories, then have today someone who witnessed and saw how an extremist government planned and executed and gave tools to militia, training those militia with the government to be able to kill Tutsi in a very systematic way. Thank you, Mr. Dallaire. To the audience, there is no gift you can give to a survivor than being here today. 25 years have passed, but for us, it's like it was yesterday. So for you being here today is a privilege, and we thank you so much. Being here and listening to the stories of survivors is something very important. It's comforting, it's lifting, and it's very compassionate from you. We thank you. I would also remiss to not take this opportunity to truly thank from the bottom of my heart our great partners who worked tirelessly to put this together. Peace Center for Forgiveness and Reconciliation have been tremendously financially supporting this day. We thank you. The University of Notre Dame Law School and its staff have been advertising this event. We have one of the staff who worked tirelessly to advertise, to call me on a daily basis, to write to me, asking me about the details of this event, because the law school at the University of Notre Dame is gifted with humanity. And that's what we're calling you today, to be people for humanity, to love lives, and to stand for what is right. And that's what this university did. And we thank you very much. I thank the Rwandan community of Midwest who contributed to this cause and who worked tirelessly to put everything together. This commemoration wouldn't happen if it wasn't because of you. We thank you. So why is this important for us? As we gather here today, as I reflect upon the most important outcome of this event, I hope that you have here hearing and witnessing that we are not alone in this vacuum when we share our stories. It is also equally important that we take time to restore the dignity of those so dear to us, our parents, our children, including my 2 daughters, our siblings, our aunts and uncles, and all the more than 1 million of lives lost because of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. Our faithful friends. And even as Rwandan government leadership in 1994, supported by a campaign led by militia, waged a no-route propaganda to exterminate Tutsis, we are now some of the strongest voices testifying to the heinous act and powerful tools employed to dehumanize us and incite to violence for Hutu to kill Tutsis. God is good. The planners and executors of the genocide did not fully accomplish the objective because I am, you are, survivor of the genocide. You are here in this room to tell world leaders that the silence was felt in Bashes. The silence was felt when women like me were being raped and being assaulted and being treated like animals. The silence was felt when we were hiding militia. The silence was felt by the RPF in Hotanyi when they stood as a small group, when they saw that the world was abandoning us, and they decided to take the road days and nights because they felt it was an obligation to rescue us. The silence of world leaders was felt when Mr. Dallaire was calling them and telling them there is a genocide happening in Rwanda, and they decided to not act. The silence was felt by all 1 million of people who were being put in mass graves because of world leaders who were being silent. So today I'm calling all the people in this room to not be silent when you see injustice, to not be silent, to not be bystanders, but instead be upstanders. Be upstanders of what is right, be upstanders of justice, and be upstanders of those people, the most vulnerable among us, orphans, widows, single mothers, and all the people who are being hurt in this world because of injustice and because of bad leadership or because of bad governance. And that's why we were gifted to have Mrs. Oster Kayitesi to come and tell us about what is good governance, what is the importance of good governance, what have we learned from Rwanda with its good governance, how do we go from ashes to a beautiful life when people are together today, when people are united, when before 1994, people were divided, people were being called to go to work, and going to work was going to kill Tutsis. But someone came and took the leadership. He worked days and nights with his group to rescue us, but then after the genocide, he decided we can't live that life. It is important that we change. It is important that we change people's mind. It is important that we have one identity. It is important that we unite. It is important that we renew, that we have a new Rwanda, that we have one identity and be one people. So ladies and gentlemen, today, as a survivor of the atrocities that happened in Rwanda, I'm calling each one of you to stand for what is right and to value the pricelessness of life. And to survivors, I must thank you for your resilience, for forgiving, and for working days and nights to be men and women who live the legacy of their parents. When our parents left us during the genocide, they told us that's one of the words that was being said during the genocide, be a man. And being a man in Rwanda means do not fear, do what is right, fight to be a man of character, fight to be somebody who will change the world. And that's why we are here today. That's why we had this symposium yesterday, because we wanted to educate the public. We wanted this to happen at this university so that students, scholars are educated and know what happened in Rwanda so that it becomes a lesson to the world. Because a university educates people and then send them to the world. They send them to be the difference. And that's why we're calling you today, to be the difference in our world, to love, to be compassionate, to not be taken by bitterness, because bitterness kills its own container. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you so much for being here today. Where you are citizens of the world. That's what I call people who do these kind of things. Like you, when we came to this country, you did not know us. We came to know you. We came to work with you. We came to be your neighbor. We came to be one of your worker. But you decided to listen to our stories and to trust us and to work for humanity. We thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you, Immaculée, for your profound words. So every year, as part of the commemorative ceremonies, Rwandans like to give respect in a special way to the victims of the genocide by observing a moment of silence. This moment of silence allows us to stop and to solemnly reflect as to why we're here, but also to honor the lives of these victims, especially those who were not mourned. May I please ask you to stand and observe a moment of silence. Thank you for your reflection. You may now be seated. At this time, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Nyumalu, the president of the Rwandan Association of the Midwest, who will come and give us some opening remarks.
Good afternoon. Allow me to skip the acknowledgement because Immaculée already did that, so we can save time. On behalf of the Rwandan American community of Midwest, I want to welcome all of you to the 25th commemoration of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. Allow me to start by clarifying one thing. It was said yesterday by one of the speakers, but for the sake of those who were not here, let me remind you. there was not a genocide, there was nothing like Rwanda genocide, but there was a genocide against the Tutsis. That's the distinction that most of you need to understand. Those who want to deny that it happened, they will use that Rwanda genocide. There was no Rwanda genocide, but there was a genocide against the Tutsi. For 100 days, more than 1 million Tutsis and moderate Hutus were killed in a speed that has never been seen anywhere in the world. 10,000 people were killed each day. 400 people each hour. 7 people each minute. Our beloved ones did not die a natural death. They were butchered by machetes, clubs, thrown in latrines and pits. If you had some money, you were asked to pay for the bullets so you can die a quick death. We are here to celebrate their lives. We are not here to mourn. We are not here to cry. We are not here to get bitter. We are here to remember them. They were parents, siblings, relatives, and friends. They had a name. They had a future. They had dreams. They left us when we still needed them. We remember them not because we have forgotten. We remember them because it is our duty. If we stop remembering them, it will be a victory to those who took their lives and would have failed our people. It will be a victory to the deniers who are out there spreading lies about what happened in 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. These deniers call themselves experts on Rwanda just so they can sell books and get speaking engagement at universities and other places. Many of them, if not all of them, have not even set foot in Rwanda, but yet they call themselves experts on Rwanda. Do not fall in their trap, please. If you want to know the truth, go to Rwanda and find out for yourself. If you can't go to Rwanda, speak to survivors, such as the one we have today. Speak to someone who has authority and who was a witness, such as our great speaker today, General Romeo Dallaire. We are here to renew our commitment to do all we can to teach, share our experiences, and mobilize to fight any ideology that can lead people to commit crimes such as genocide. We are here to unite and call all of you to get involved and stand for what is right. Do not be a bystander. When you see someone being discriminated upon based on race, gender, age, country of origin, or religious affiliation, and so on and so forth, speak out. Do not wait for someone else to do it. By remembering and uniting, we can continue to build on our progress. After the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, No one expected to see Rwanda come out the way it has. Today, Rwanda stands on top of the chart. The progress that you hear or you see when you visit Rwanda speaks for itself. This has not come easy. For the last 25 years, hard and painful measures had been taken for Rwanda and Rwandans to be where we are today. The credit goes to the good leadership and the resilience of the Rwandan people. What does the world need to do to prevent genocide and other crimes against humanity and make the slogan "Never Again" a reality? What I found out, you may not maybe agree with it, but Ellen G. White, in her book Education, says, and I quote, "The greatest want of the world today is the want of men who will not be bought or sold, men who in their innermost souls are true and honest, men who do not fear to call sin by its right name, men whose conscience is as true to duty as the needle to the pole, men who will stand for the right, though the heavens fall," end quote. We do not have those type of men today. But I hope that our kids and the generation to come will be those kinds of men who will make this world a better place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nyumaru, for your words. It's now my pleasure to invite two musicians, Mireille and Jacques, who will sing Mbaho Zenhe, loosely translated to "How Shall I Comfort You?" Mireille and Jacques, will you please come to the stage?
u Rwanda, ndababwira u Rwanda, u Rwanda rw'imisozi igihumbi n'ibiyaga byiza byuje akayaga, wararurebaga ntuhumbye ukarwitegereza, wakandagira ukumva uhamije intambwe ugaterwa ishema no kwitwa umunyarwanda. Kera abanyarwanda barabanaga bagasabana, bagahana inka, bagahana n'abageni, kikaba igihango cy'ubupfura ndetse no kudahemukirana.
Babyeyi naje nsanga mwindeba n'igishyika, mwingarurira ikiniga, nari maze kukinesha, nimunsekere nduhuke, muntegere amaboko, munshyire ku gituza, mbanze nshire igitengo. Mbaho Zenhe, bagirente, humura jambo arababona, data wa twese arabafite.
Umutima uraruhutse, mureke bike ndamutsa abahana twaburanya ababyeyi duhusangiye twese ihorere bene data mwahamenye ko watahashye watandagaye gitindi badutera ikiremwaro
Haimba hozene Haimba girene Humura jambara babona Data wa twese arabafite Ukwezi kwari mata amata avuna imitozo imirambi y'iwacu irambagirwa n'inyambo ikirere cy'iwacu gitekanye gitambamo inyange ndibuka mu mataha y'inka imbyeyi zivumera zishaka izazo ndibuka ababyeyi babuganiza yera abana baca imigani n'ibisakuzo bicaye mu mbuga ukwezi kumurika abasaza binikije inkeri i Rwanda impundu zivuga iwacu intore zihamiriza ndibuka Imana n'umuhanga yatuwanje amarenga idutanya n'abacu idukwiza amahanga barababyeyi beza batangana n'urubyiruko barabatoni batwese abanzi barabatsemba Haimba hozene Haimba girene Humura jambara babona Data wa twese arabafite
ku kazuba keza ka kibera inka imisozi iwacu ikwira imiborogo inkongi ikwira ikirere cy'iwacu kwa kwezi kwa mata guhinduka amaraso abo twagaba inka tukabakamira bahinduka inkora amaraso si uguhiga umututsi bamuhiga bunyamaswa na twatugeze twiza twakundaga gushoraho inyana dutemba amaraso n'imirambo
Nimuhumure shenge ntibadusize bupfubyi dufite imaragahinda bazaturinda izuba yarabyaye rugwiza ntibarashira abacu tuzitwa imfubyi kera nawe ukiriho n'umwe Haimba hozene Haimba girene Humura jambara babona Data wa twese arabafite
Thank you, Mireille and Jacques, for that hauntingly beautiful rendition. So at the launch of the 25th commemoration of the genocide against the Tutsi, it was marked by lighting of the Flame of Remembrance on April 7th at the National Kigali Memorial Center in Rwanda. Lighting of the flame symbolizes hope, courage, and resilience that the Rwandan people have had for these last 25 years. It's a flame that never extinguishes within our hearts, and as a representation, or what, as we like to say in Kinyarwanda, n'urumuri rutazima. Mrs. Jackie Mukarwema has organized our own procession of the Flame of Remembrance with children in this community. At this time, I would like to invite them forward for a rendition of the Flame of Remembrance.
Remembrance, the light of life.
Imitima igasubira mu nda, imitima igasubira mu bitereko. Urumuri
at this time, it's of candle lighting. It's a time of light. So the light is a symbol of hope. The parents are going to pass the light to the youth, and they'll give them a message of hope. So one of our parents is going to give us a message of hope.
Igihe twari mu icuraburindi, igihe twari mu mwijima tutazi ko bwira cyangwa bugacya, hari igihe bwakeye tubona izuba, hari igihe twongeye kurambura amaso twongera gusubirana ubuzima. None bana bacu, mwakira ubuzima, mwakira urumuri rwa rundi, muzagendana aho muzagenda hose, aho bizaba ngombwa muzarwanira igihugu kugira ngo dukomeze kubona urumuri. Mwakira urumuri bana bacu.
The president is going to translate for us in English.
What he just said, when we were in the time of struggle and darkness, in those nights, the light which symbolizes hope, and as parents, we are passing this light to our kids so they can be the light of the world and they carry on the legacy of our loved ones we lost in 1994 genocide against the Tutsi.
And today,
Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you so much for that. It's now my distinct honor to introduce this next speaker, who, as you heard before, joins us all the way from Kigali, Rwanda, and who was a wonderful addition to yesterday's symposium. Dr. Usta Kayitesi. She is the Deputy Chief Executive Officer and the current acting CEO of the Rwandan Governance Board. She is a non-permanent commissioner of the Rwandan Law Reform Commission. She holds a PhD in law from the University of Utrecht in the Netherlands and a master's from the University of Ottawa and a bachelor from the University of Rwanda. She has published in the areas of law, human rights, and has a book entitled Genocide, Gender, and Sexual Violence. She will reflect on the difficult topic of genocide and sexual violence today. Thank you.
Thank you. The Rwandan community in Midwest, distinguished friends of Rwanda, good afternoon. I am not going to make apologies, but I have been blessed with wet eyes. So if my eyes get a little bit wet, I'm not going to be embarrassing anybody. I have carried on a research on this topic. And when I started this research, my supervisors told me that it was not a wise decision for a Rwandan to write about sexual violence too soon. But I thought I had a duty. I thought I was not being just an academic. I thought I was not just pursuing a PhD. I would have had the luxury of choosing another legal topic. I thought I was very privileged, a Rwandan woman with the opportunity to sit and write, but also with an opportunity to be a voice of many of the victims who I have not had the opportunity to meet because they died through their victimization. A voice of those who still struggled with the traumas. But I thought I needed to do an inquiry as well. An inquiry of how the scientists, the intellectuals, try to understand and fit the experiences of Rwandans through the genocide. I also wanted to interrogate whether indeed the judges at the International Criminal Tribunal and the society members in the Gacaca courts, as at the same time our ordinary courts were able to legally name the experiences of the victims of genocidal gender and sexual violence, the term I will use. The definition of the term genocide comes out very clearly in the Convention for the Prevention and the Punishment of Genocide. Genocide is defined as any of the following acts committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a nation, ethnic, racial, or religious group. For Rwanda, the ethnicity was Tutsi. And therefore, the suffering and the pains that the Tutsi went through were just because they had been born and had been raised and have been attacked for how they were born. Those acts include killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent birth with the group, and forcibly transferring children of the group to another. As I entered into this inquiry, I wanted to understand. So today when we do remember, I want you to remember the million people who died. But also I want you to take a moment and think about how they died. They were slaughtered. They were tortured. They were treated so inhumane. But I also want you to draw your attention on the survivors, some in this room, and many on the villages in Kigali, in Rwanda, all over. They carry the wounds, they carry the pains, they carry disease, they carry a lot of the past as they face the future. These victims have survived. They have defied pain, even when they are in pain. They have defied death many times. We should, at this moment, celebrate their strength, celebrate the gifts that they have given to us, telling these stories, exposing the most of, or the worst of inhumanity, and giving us an opportunity to reflect how humane we are and how inhumane we could become if we remained indifferent. It's the experiences of those survivors and those who were unfortunately killed that we should understand. But we should also understand how we go there. And I'm just going to use an example when the genocidal mind was being created. In 1959, one of the masterminds of genocidal ideology established the very first Hutu 10 Commandments. And it was kind of a roadmap of how Hutus should see Tutsi. And in one of these, the seventh of the Hutu 10 Commandments by Gitera in 1959, he expressed that Hutu men were allowed to marry Tutsi women, but were prohibited from having Tutsi concubines. One of the sadness of our story is nearly all the masterminds of genocide had Tutsi wives. Why? Because ideologically, they had been permitted to marry up until then, but they were not permitted to have other relationships. In 1990, December, Hassan Mjeze, who has been convicted at the ICTR, reintroduced the Hutu 10 Commandments. 4 of these commandments targeted Tutsi women. In the first commandment, he mentioned that Hutu men should abstain from relations with Tutsi women, otherwise they would be considered as traitors. If they married Tutsi women, if they had them as mistresses, and if they hired them as secretaries, attacked at home, at work, and in relationships. The third of these Hutu commandments requested Hutu women to liberate their Tutsi men, their Hutu men, from the snare of Tutsi women. They called upon Hutu women to be vigilant and bring their husbands, brothers, and sons back to their senses, creating an animosity on the side of Hutu women against Tutsi women. The 7th commandment was very specific. It called for the forces to be entirely Hutu, and explicitly that no soldier must marry a Tutsi woman. That was in 1990, December. When the extermination phase of the genocide was heightened, certainly the experiences were going to be immense. Victims suffered from a great range of sexual violence, some of which do not have a name. They were raped, gang raped, they were raped with objects. There was a lot of sexual mutilation. General Dalea will mention. If you read his book, he says, as we observed the corpses, we saw another offense. The bodies were mutilated, those of men and women. It is also the manner of their death that we should think about at this moment. Women were mutilated, sexual organs of men were mutilated, wombs were opened, fetuses were smashed, sexual intercourse were forced. Squads of men who had been taken from hospitals because they had HIV were created as a means of exposing the victims to a slow death. So for the minds of the perpetrators, you either died today or you died slowly. The intention was to kill, and they had tried to make the effort. Catherine Macnon, one of the scholars in this area, has mentioned that for Rwanda, it was not rape out of control. It is rape under control. It is also rape unto death, rape as a massacre, rape to kill, and to make the victims wish they were dead. It is rape as an instrument of forced exile, rape to make you leave your home and never want to go back. It is rape to be seen and heard and watched and be told to others. Rape as a spectacle. It is rape to drive a wedge through a community, to shatter a society, to destroy a people. It is rape as genocide. Gender and sexual violence were deliberately used as a weapon and a tool of genocide to intimidate, humiliate, and ultimately destroy the Tutsi. It's important that we understand that the Rwandan community has male victims, children born out of rape. It has, at least by 1999, a study that was done revealed that 80% of the surviving victims of rape and sexual violence had been infected by HIV. 13% had the broken vertebra, and many of them have wounds, psychological, emotional, and physical. It is rape committed by men, by women, and by the young and old. But it's also rape committed against women, against men, against children. Rape without discrimination, except that of ethnicity. The International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda has had an immense criminal accountability record in terms of rape. Through the generosity of the victims of rape and sexual violence, today the world condemns rape as an act of genocide. It was the vigorousness of the victims standing before the tribunal, mentioning their experiences, despite the absence of indictment on that fact. Friends of the victims, NGOs, and other members of women activists came forward, and the tribunal became a little bit more sensitive. Even then, I am going to speak about 3 cases very briefly that bring out the record as non-straight as we would have assumed. So indeed, we have a record that rape is an act of genocide. But for how many of those convicted have been actually convicted for genocide as an act of, for rape and sexual violence as an act of genocide? I will use 3 cases, and I use them for purpose. First, I will use the case of Akayesu, which is the very first case that the International Criminal Tribunal dealt with. It's the case through which rape and sexual violence were defined internationally. And the decision was made that acts of rape and sexual violence, like any other offense, once committed with an intent to destroy, qualifies as an act of genocide. And indeed, Akayesu was convicted for having commanded the commission of rape and sexual violence, and for having failed to hold accountable those that committed genocide through rape and sexual violence. But the legacy of the tribunal remains wanting, of course. Limited in number, healthy though in terms of record, limited in accountability, I should say. The second case I want to bring to your attention is the case of somebody called Mika Muhaimana. I am sorry that I'm going to be reminding some people of that experience, because there is in this room people who come from the region where he committed genocide. I am interested in his case because of a very specific reason. Mika Muhaimana was a mastermind who committed genocide in the western part of Rwanda. He himself committed a lot of acts of rape and sexual violence. But to justify the genocide case, I will give one example. In above 20 a number that is above 20 of his victims, one woman stands out. She went to the tribunal and gave her witness. She raped a number of women. She held women and men as hostages. And in this particular case, he raped a young woman, thinking that she was Tutsi. When he realized that she wasn't Tutsi, he had the energy to apologize and let her go. That is rape with intention. An intention that targets the victim just because the victim is Tutsi. He released this young woman. She certainly suffered. She certainly was raped. Rape is rape. But she had the privilege of being released because the minds of the perpetrator did not intend her. She was accidental in the minds of the perpetrator. That is why we must understand this rape in its context. Rape that I qualify as a genocidal rape and sexual violence. Mika, unfortunately, was not convicted of rape and sexual violence as an act of genocide. He was convicted of the same as a crime against humanity, suggesting that he had raped many women in a systematic way. The tribunal was not able to capture the specific intention that led him to release the Hutu woman and continuously rape Tutsi women and killed them. In the records of the tribunal, however, they noted that. But the demand for justice is not a matter of noting. it's a matter of accountability. And therefore, victims stand out on that matter for not having seen justice to be done, irrespective of the record that is. Another case that interested me is the case of Pauline Nyiramasuhuko, because Rwanda defied a lot of theory. My scientific theory was feminist when I was doing my thesis. And I chose to use the Rwandan experience, not the feminist theory. The Rwandan experience was the measure for the feminist theory, not the other way that is common in scientific work. Because I thought it was a dress that didn't fit all. I wanted to design a dress for Rwanda, but not Rwanda trying to wear the existing dresses. Pauline Nyiramasuhuko was the Minister of Family and Gender Promotion at the time. She was one of the 2 ministers in the genocidal government. She and her son have been convicted of rape and sexual violence as crimes against humanity. Her story stood out as a woman who would have protected others, but instead a woman who encouraged people to rape other women, including encouraging her own son. A few years ago, his daughter-in-law was, I think, in New Hampshire, convicted for also helping, for lying, of course, to the immigration that she had no connection with genocide. But eventually she had also participated, mother, son, and daughter-in-law, with a common sense of wanting to destroy Tutsi. Those 2 cases, the reason I brought these 2 cases in sight was to argue the importance of telling the truth and recording it as it turns out. You will probably have read the book, The Men Who Killed Me, which is a book that has 17 stories of survivors of the genocide, and in particular survivors of sexual and gender violence. 16 of those are women, and 1 of them is a man. I should mention that the experiences of Rwanda also had men as victims. Unfortunately, throughout the record of the International Criminal Tribunal, there was no particular case that held anyone responsible for sexual violence that was committed against women. The system was not created in a way that it could confront the situation. When the tribunal was nearly closing in 2014, they established a best practice manual that they would have needed before starting their job. Because had they known what is in the manual, a lot of the victims would have seen justice more than they did. So the men victims of sexual violence will mostly stand out for not seeing international justice, because the courts were never conscious of those heinous offenses that were committed against Tutsi men. Today, it is those kinds of experience that we bring into our memory. We do not bring those experiences to hate. Rwanda has chosen not to hate. We bring them because it is real experiences of real people. It is the people that have stood strong and have rebuilt Rwanda. We do not stand as a nation in our weaknesses. We stand as a nation in our strength. So as I move to my conclusion, I should say this. How has Rwanda moved on? The president, when we were commemorating 25 years, he mentioned that Rwanda is a family. And we are a family, not limited by geographical space, not limited by anything, but united in our mind to ensure that every Rwanda gets fairness, gets an opportunity to participate, and understands good governance as accountability, transparency, and efficiency. We are a generation that has a duty to create a nation that we are not given. And we are committed to remember, renew, and unite. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kaitesi, for your important work. I would now like to invite Mr. Kizito Kalima, as genocide survivor, as well as the director and founder of the Peace and Reconciliation Center.
Anyway, good afternoon, everybody. Man, these things are always short. My name is Kizito Kalima. Most people call me Big Z. I don't know why, but you know. Anyway, I'm a genocide survivor. It's a title that I was never want to have, but right now I don't have no choice other than to have it. I mean, to deal with it. But it is some title I take with the pride and the courage, because being a genocide survivor, it requires a lot of courage, and I was one of them who happened to be a teenager. I was a young man. I was a teenager in high school, 1994, and when the genocide happened, it was during Easter break, and I was at home. And I heard on the radio that a president of Rwanda has been killed. As every Tutsi that time, we were oppressed. We grew up under oppression. We grew up in a country where being a Tutsi was a crime. And honestly, I was excited. Not excited because a president of a country dies or a human being lost his life. I was excited because I felt like the misery of the Tutsis were over. That's how I felt. So I went, talked to my parents. I told my mom, I said, Mom, guess what? The president has been killed. And I was, of course, joined. I was excited. But my mom got up and looked at me. She said, young man, don't get too excited, because anytime a leader of this country dies, we, meaning Tutsis, we pay the price. Honestly, being a teenager, I didn't understand what my mom was saying. I thought she was just being an old lady, and she didn't know what was going on. No offense to elder people, I love you. Hey, you guys have teenagers, or you've been teenagers, but we don't listen to our parents. Trust me. That's what happened. I thought my mom was she didn't understand what was going on. But I knew that President Habyarimana being gone, the curfew that I grew up under, it's over. Now I can deal with my mom's curfew. That was easier. So she told us to be ready because she didn't know exactly what was going on. And a couple days later, I was sitting at home and listening to radio, and I heard this like a loud noise. Some people, people banging our gate. And when I turned and jumping over the fence, when I turned around, I saw the gendarme, the police officers, with the guns on top of us, on top of me. I never seen a gun in my life. I didn't know what to do. So as a teenager in my mind, I just took off because I thought if I run, I can overrun a bullet. So I jumped over the fence and I went and hid across the street. And while I was hiding, I saw our house being burnt. I saw everything just blown up. And I came back. Later on, I found out everybody in my family is gone. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what I should do. And I decided to flee. I decided to leave my area. I walked almost 15 miles. I went to this guy who was a Hutu, whom my dad raised. And when I got there, he was happy to see me. He was happy that I'm alive. And he decided that he's going to protect me. He decided that he's going to do whatever it takes to protect me. While I was in his house, that's when somebody saw me. Somebody saw me and they went and told the killers, the militias, and they decided that they would burn the building on top of us. One of the people who was supposed to kill us was his little brother, actually. He was a part of the group who were the killers. And he was not a killer by that time. You guys remember, you either with them or against them. This young man came and told his big brother, he said that if we don't leave, they're going to burn the house on top of us. This guy, Nyaneza Mab, that's where the guy who was hiding me, he decided that we should go back to our old place. Between my house and his house was this small river, and to cross it, it was just a narrow bridge, this simple narrow bridge, and we were supposed to cross this bridge, but the bridge was taken over by the killers. And he decided that we can go around the bridge, and maybe cross the river by foot, but it was in the middle of the night. We decided, we tried to cross the river, but the river was high. He said, let's stay here until the sun comes up, and once the sun comes up, we can always leave. The sun came up in the morning, around 6 o'clock. We crossed the river, and when we were crossing, we got caught by the mob of people. You know, people came from nowhere, almost 50 of them. The little I know, they started hitting us. They jumped on us. One of them grabbed like a baseball bat, Ubuhiri. He was about to crack my head. When he was about to hit me, this guy, Munyaneza, he jumped on me and they broke his arm. They hit him, broke his arm, and he was pushed away. Now, they pushed him away. They say, get out of here. What are you doing here? And when he was leaving, I knew exactly that I was left in the hands of the killers. I know my days were numbered, my hours actually. They took me on top of the hill. When I was climbing up, I saw a ditch dead body. I never seen a dead body in my life, but I knew exactly that what was going to happen. You know, most of us grew up Catholic, and before my mom left, I separated my mom. She had to give me a rosary, and I was reciting my rosary. I was praying. I would say, Lord, I'm coming. I'm ready. When I was trying to figure out what was going on, one of the killers, he jumped and he grabbed my shirt and pulled me down. He grabbed the machete, and he went ahead to chop my head off. When the machete came, I just clenched. The machete went all the way up here, cracked my little sky open. The blood started gushing out. Now, I'm dead. I passed out. I was unconscious. I was dumped on top of dead bodies, and I didn't know what to do. Actually, I was out of it. A couple hours later, I woke up. When I woke up, I was surrounded with the people dying, dead bodies, smelly, and of course, I was traumatized. Found out they have broken my ankles, they have taken my shoes, and One was wearing a little shirt, a short sleeve shirt, and it was raining. It was rainy season. I tried to walk almost like 50 feet. I got caught again. I got caught by a mob of killers. So this time, they have taken over these empty warehouses, and they have turned them into a killing site. They put me in this building, and in the middle of the night, they took us to the killing site, the main highway. And this time now I'm back in my own area, and I'm still bleeding, and I'm hungry, I'm cold. Things are getting worse. While I was working towards this killing site, I knew exactly I'm going to die. I knew exactly what's going to happen. So I have made up my mind that I'm going to die, but what is the best way or easy way to die? I was thinking about the bullet, but you have to pay for the bullet. So in my little mind, my little teenager mind, I figured out if I took off, if I run, maybe somebody's going to get angry and shoot. So we are lining up, waiting to die. And when I saw people killing the kids and smashing people on the ground, that terrifies me because I figured out I'm going to get chopped off again. I took off. When I ran, they tried to shoot. Luckily, nobody got me, and I escaped. Now, I don't know where I was going, but in the middle of the night, and I'm going back towards my old place, hoping and praying that magically or mysteriously, my house is back, the life is normal. But that was a young man was thinking. I got to my house. Of course, nobody was there, and I went to my neighbor. My neighbor said, "You can't be here because everybody's looking for you, and you need to go to the church." It was Seventh-day Adventist church, like a mile away. And I walked. When I got to this church, I saw the rest of my family there. Of course, my mom and my sisters and my nephew, my niece. When my mom saw me, she could not believe what she saw. She thought I was a ghost because she knew I was dead. This like a week without seeing me. She was excited that it happened I was alive, but she could not handle seeing her little baby with the bloody face, hunger, look awful. She said, "You cannot be here because if you stay here, you're going to have everybody killed. Please find a way to hide." She showed me a house which was still being built, and I went and hid this house. And 3 days later, our mayor, a chief police officer, school superintendent, who was the militia leaders, they came. They came and they called us with the loudspeaker, said, "The war is over and everybody need to come out." Of course, I was hungry. I was terrified. I said, "You know what? I don't care if I get killed. I need some milk." That was what I was thinking. I just got out and came into this church with everybody else. We got in front of this church. The mayor said, "I'm going to take you to my office because it's safer than here." Of course, it was a trick. It was a trap. We followed him. In the middle of this journey, he have organized another butcher house or killing house. He put us in this house, and they will come get one by one. Every day they will come get one person. Tomorrow they get 2, 3. On third day, I believe, they decided to kill everybody. So we were outside waiting to see, just waiting for death, pretty much. And we saw a long line of cars coming on the other side of the street, and with the Hutus, the militias, and everybody else chanting and singing, talking how Tutsis are cockroaches, how their days are numbered, and how God has given up on us. We came, when we saw the car coming, the kids, we came back inside the building. We told our parents, we said, please, they're coming to kill us. Grab whatever you can, and we ran. While we were trying to talk to our parents, that building was surrounded. And most of us kids took off. We ran through the killers, and we were going down the hill. While I was going down the hill, the kid who was on my left side, he got shot. When he got shot, the impact of the bullet was so loud and powerful that I got so scared I felt like I was shot. I dropped, and I was rolling down, and I found myself in a valley. I crawled inside the big bush, Musina, those who speak Kinyarwanda. And when I was hiding in these banana trees, I felt like I'm going to survive. For like 30 minutes, the sense of safety just came to me. I felt like I'm going to make today. The little I know, the dogs start barking. These people, they have trained dogs to hunt us. While I was there, a dog came and sniffed me out. They got me, they tied my arm back, and they held a pistol on my head. They took me back to the killing site. When I came back, those cars, those vehicles that brought the killers, they're all full. They have all been filled or loaded with my people. My people had been all put in a car, and they were being driven away. The last car, or small car, it was this red Nissan Datsun. It looked like a red neon, those who know it. They opened the trunk of a car. They picked up my mom, put my mom in there, and my nephew, my niece, and drove away. That was the last time I saw my mom. She was taken away, and it was killed in mass grave. It is a daunting memory. Anytime I see a red car, I'm scared, I'm terrified. And it has been going on for the last 25 years. This is pretty much, I've told my story, I don't know, I can't count it. 100 times, more than 100 times. But anytime I talk about my mom being taken away and seeing her being driven away and not knowing that when I'm going to see her is something it's just bothering me every single day. I could not fight. I was surrounded by the killers, and I didn't know what to do. So they could not find a place for me. They could not find a car to put me in. They decided to take me back to this building. When I got into this building, I found myself, I was, of course, the tallest. I've been always the tallest. But now this time, I'm the oldest. I have to make a decision. I was 15 years old. I have to make a decision for these kids because there were a bunch of kids. And I realized that if we stay in here, in that building, most of us we're going to be chopped off or strangled. Whatever it is, like a painful death. I told the kids, I said, man, let's get out of here. We're going to get killed. So I looked through the crack of the window. I saw the killers sitting down and drinking. And I opened the back door, and we took off. We left. So at this moment, it's pretty much almost 1 o'clock in the morning. We didn't know where we were going, but now we separate. Everybody went different ways. Everybody went to his own way. Excuse me. I kept going, and I found myself in the swamps, Mujishanga. So at this time, I don't have shoes. I'm barefooted. I've been without shoes almost 2 weeks, and now I'm running with no shoes, with no jacket. I kept going in swamps, and I found this high, drier ground. I found a dry ground, and I sat there. This was in the middle of April. I stayed there from April to July. If you ask me what I ate, those who believe in God, those who have a faith, that's God. God did miracles. I was eating grass. I was drinking this swampy water. My toenails got infected and started falling off. You know, the animals, these are the raccoons and the white animals, they'll come and sniff me or smell me. They'll go back because my bottom feet was dead. So I stayed there. I didn't know exactly how long and when, but I I was just praying. I was praying to God. I was reciting my rosary my mom gave to me. And I didn't know. I didn't know how long this madness will continue and it will go. And after, by the end of, I believe, by the end of May, early June, things start slowing down. You know, by June, I believe, by June, things start getting quiet, and it was just quiet, and I could not hear the bombs, the guns, the people screaming. And now I'm losing my vision, I'm losing my hearing, I'm losing everything. I'm a skeleton, I'm dying pretty much slowly. And it got to the point where now everything was quiet. I didn't know what was going on, I didn't know where I was, and I could not tell the days. I didn't know if it was Monday, Tuesday, it was just night and day. I'm dying slowly, and people, the RPF rebels, the RPF soldiers, they have captured my area, but they have passed me, and they have gone almost 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And I was dying slowly when my area was liberated, because I was in the middle of nowhere. So, excuse me. One of my cousins who was with me during the genocide, he knew that most of us ran towards these swamps. He knew that we ran towards this area, and he was rescued before me, and he told the soldiers that he thinks a bunch of kids are in this area, and he felt like somehow, somewhere, there's somebody who's still alive. They came, they were doing like a rescue mission, like step by step. Luckily, they stumbled on me, and I was my last breath. I was my last breath, I was dying, I was skeleton. I remember they put me in a wheelbarrow. They put me in a wheelbarrow. They took me back to this makeshift clinic, and they fed me, put me in an IV drip, and it was just little tent. It was not, high-tech hospital or whatever. So a couple of days later, pretty much I came back. A couple of days later I came back, and I didn't know what to do. So now find out I'm 100% orphan. Now I have to face the reality on my own. I have to face, thank you, Belize, thank you. Thank you so much. So, thank you, Consulate, thank you so much. Okay. Thank you. So, I'm okay, thank you, I'm good. Thank you so much. I have to face life by myself. So, of course, the RPF soldiers, they became everything to all of us. They became our nurse, our counselor, our therapist, our father, everything. So they put us in the whatever they could. We started with the what we compared to the group homes, the internal refugee camps or IDP. They were placed in orphanage, and later on I was sent back to school. And when I went back to my school was beautiful. I went to school in Isave. So before the genocide, this was one of the best schools in the country. But after the genocide, when I was sent back, I was told that you can stay there as long as you want. So, because I didn't have nowhere to go. It became like a prison. I remember I used to sit outside on weekdays, on weekends, for the visitation days. I would sit outside at this basketball, volleyball, outdoor courts, and I would look at the principal's office, hoping that one of my family member, one of my brother, one of my mom, my dad would show up somehow, somewhere, but I was in big denial. Of course, it didn't happen, and the suicide became the only option. I remember I started getting in a fight with anybody. I never in my life ever hit anyone, but at this time, I was just angry and upset, and of course, by November 1995, I was on a verge of mental breakdown, and I tried to commit suicide. I went to my cousin's house, who was a soldier. I stole a stick grenade. It looks like this one. I went back to my old place, and of course nobody was there. And I got out of the car. When I got out of the car, I climbed up on top of the hill where I used to live. And my neighbor who lived across the street, He saw me. He thought I was dead. This is like a year and a half after genocide. He didn't know what he was seeing. So he came running to find out who was going to this shambles, these ruins, because nobody was living there. When I was trying to find a nice spot to end my life, this guy, Kawanda, that's his name, he said, Kizito, please don't do it. Go back to school. Don't do it. Don't go back to school. So, of course, it was a cry for help. I was looking for attention, pretty much. But I wanted to kill myself. And he pleaded on me, and I gave him the grenade, and supposedly I was supposed to go back to school, but I didn't want to go to school because to me, boarding school was a prison. So 1996, January, I decided to leave the country. I didn't know where I was going, but I know Rwanda to me smelled like a death. Rwanda was too much for me to handle. My little teenager mind could not ever handle what I was seeing. It was too much for me. I decided to leave. I went to Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and when I was in these countries, I didn't have a stable address. I was just there staying with somebody, staying who we call auntie, uncle, big brother. And I started playing basketball. Sports became my own refuge, my own source of pretty much my anxiety, my depression. And I would play sports until I passed out. One day, someone saw me and he offered me a deal. He asked me if I want to play for his club, and he would pay me. I remember I told him, I said, I don't want money. I want to go back to school. He was impressed by a teenager turning down money, but in my mind, I know a school, it was a place to stay. It was a permanent resident. I know if you put me in a boarding school, I have a place to stay for at least a couple of years. I was sent back to boarding school, and I was playing for this club in Uganda, and a couple months later, I started appearing in a newspaper. I became a star. I never wanted to do that. I remember one time, one of my friends brought me a newspaper, New Vision, Uganda New Vision, and I was the front page of being, I don't remember what I did, but it was about basketball. And he handed me a newspaper. And when he handed me a newspaper, he thought I was going to jump and say, oh man, I'm a star. I look at the paper, and I just threw it down and started crying. He said, man, what's wrong with you? I said, man, what's the purpose of being a star alone? What's the purpose of being a star in a foreign land by yourself? So to me, fame was nothing. So a couple months later, I was offered a scholarship to come here. I was offered a scholarship for basketball tryouts. I came through Savannah, Georgia, ended up going to high school in Chicago. And when I was in Chicago, I played in high school, and I ended up coming here to South Bend, Indiana. And when I was here in South Bend, Indiana, I tried to play the IUSB, ruptured my Achilles tendon, and that was the end of my basketball career. So, but it's not only basket career, it was just my medicine, because basketball, that was the only thing I could do, and I could feel better. My body doesn't do well with even Tylenol. I don't take even painkillers, because every time I take a medicine, I get sicker. I cannot take alcohol or any drugs. My body doesn't do well with that. So as I was struggling with my anxiety and depression, of course, I ended up being diagnosed with PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, and I needed something. I needed something to help me so I can deal with my own anxiety and depression. One time, I was driving from school from ISB to my house, and when I got there on Island, I started shaking, and my heart started racing and pacing. I blacked out completely, and I thought I was having a heart attack. And I went back to school next day, and the nurse told me that I probably had a panic attack. And she encouraged me to start sharing my story. She asked me if I ever gone through therapy. I said, I've done everything, but nothing's working. So she encouraged me to start sharing my story. I tried, but it was still the same. So realizing that I was killing myself, realizing that there's no cure for anxiety, depression, and mental health, I realized that I need to do something for my own. So, of course, since I was 14 years old, I've been taking care of myself and trying to find a solution for my own. So at this time, I have to make a major decision so I can leave, because I was finishing school, I was moving to next level, and I realized that it was something that I need to be done. So I started Googling and searching it, finding people who've been through what I've been through and who are able to overcome those obstacles and make a change in the society. So everything I was seeing, it was forgiveness, It was tough to me to forgive those who killed my family, who was trying to chop my head off. And it was tough for me, especially those of my family members who've been raped. Because to me, that was the worst thing can happen to my sisters, my aunties, my nieces. And I remember getting to the point where I said, you know what, I need to leave. So I decided to forgive. It was hard, it was painful. It took me at least 3 years to get to the point where I said, you know what, I'm okay, I'm fine. Of course, my anxiety, my depression, especially my migraine headache, started getting down. I started talking, I started speaking. And while I was getting better, I realized that I need to reach out. So I became a mentor to most of young people, some of them are here actually. And when I was mentoring, I met these 2 young girls who was going through a tough time, and I ended up adopting them. So there were kids like me who went through what I went through, ended up in a difficult situation, and they reached out to me, and when I knew them, I knew exactly if there is anything else in this world I survived for, those kids were the reason. So reached out, went to Texas, bring them here in Indianapolis, and it was not easy, it was tough, but God blessed us, and now they are growing. I guess one of them is around here somewhere. If you see a tall girl, that's Rosiane. She doesn't want to be seen by she's 6'5", but so anyway. Those kids, her and her sister, Josiane and Leanne, they became a blessing to me, in my family. Of course, my wife, Stacy, she's right there, she's in the corner. If I can call her the general director of my house, I will. Stacy is an American woman, lived her life, and she met me when I was ready to settle down, get married, and be a man, the way my mom asked me to be. So, but she stuck with us, she stuck with me she never left me, the way you never left us. She had heard worse of me. She had seen me in my worst days, and of course the girls, but she stuck with us, and it's been almost 10 years, more than 10 years. And I'm telling you, if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be here. I can promise you that. She has done enough for me to the point where there's nothing else I will say. I remember when I was in the swamps, I used to pray, and I used to say, Lord, if I ever get married, give me a wife like my mom. Every young man in this world always want to have a wife like his mom. So I didn't know I was going to find my mom an American woman. But it did happen, and I thank God for that. So things got better every single day. My house got peaceful. Everything turned around. The kids, the girls, Josiane and Leanne, became a blessing to me. They came to us with 0 GPA. By the time they finished school, they were honor student, ended up going to college. Josiane just finished. Most of you know Leanne. She's a model. She's doing her own thing in New York. And that is, to me, when I saw those girls, how they turn around and how me and my wife got involved in it. We are just young people who was trying to help because we've been helped so much. And I realized God has been good to me and my family. And I ended up opening up an organization which is called Peace Center for Forgiveness and Reconciliation. And I remember that a couple months ago when I was talking to Immaculate, I call her my auntie. She's my auntie in real life. But I call her auntie because it's a sign of respect. She's been auntie to all of us. She reached out to me. We are talking about the memorials, and knowing that I'm gonna do memorials in Indianapolis, I said, "What is the best place to bring memorial here in South Bend?" I grew up in South Bend. I call South Bend Nyanza because that's my area. So I said the best thing I can do is to help and bring the memorial here so we can remember. And that's what I was trying to do. With the help with a lot of supporters, we were able to bring General Dallaire. And of course, through our organization, we help a lot of people. We help a lot of kids, people from different countries. And to me, I realized that is what God wanted me to do. God used basketball as a vehicle to bring me here. But God wants me to work for him in many ways, by helping other survivors, by reaching out to other people who are struggling. And I feel like I don't have anything else to do in this world other than helping the survivors and make sure that I prevent the future massacres. I chose to forgive so I can live. So my question to you, what did you choose to live? Thank you.
What a profound story, Big Z. Thank you so much for opening up to us and showing us the power of forgiveness. In the interest of time, I have made a decision to forego the break. If you do need to stand up or do anything, please do so at your leisure. We do want to make sure that we'll have plenty of time with our keynote speaker. So at this time, I would love to invite Nicole Rufuku to share some words about our speaker and to introduce him. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for being here today. My name is Nicole Rufuku. In 1994, during the months of the genocide against the Tutsi, I was 12 years old, and I was here in South Bend with my family. My brothers and I were happily and safely busy with elementary school studies, and my parents were working hard. We were lucky. We only experienced the carnage of the genocide in the form of news stories and phone updates from our family around the world. Especially as young kids, we felt almost as far from the horror as our American peers. Almost. See, the genocide represented a test for every member of our human race. And most people still recognize that. Most people think of the genocide and the Holocaust and other ghastly atrocities and quietly wonder to themselves, what would I have done? Would I have fought to save others? Would I have shown courage? Would I have joined in the carnage? My peers and I were all safe at Darden Elementary School, just 5 minutes away from here. But unlike my peers, I never had to wonder. I know exactly what role I would have played in the genocide. Victim. Few people know what role they would play in such tests, but I know. Our next speaker also knows because he was forced to face this test as force commander of the United Nations assisted mission for Rwanda. Humanity failed the test of Rwanda, but General Romeo Dallaire did not. Even before the slaughter began, General Dallaire was fighting to end it. He warned the UN of the horrors ahead and tried to persuade the UN to intervene. But he was not just ignored, he was silenced. When the UN ordered him to withdraw, he and a small contingent refused and stayed to defend the vulnerable. It has been reported that General Dallaire saved the lives of 32,000 Rwandans. But he lost 15 soldiers and witnessed unspeakable horror. And he has paid a heavy price. Like many survivors, General Dallaire has discussed his struggle with post-traumatic stress from his time in Rwanda. But his is not just a story of a man with the courage to make the right choice when faced with the ultimate test. His is also a story of healing. But what does healing mean when you cannot and will never really be able to escape the pain, the memories, and the horror. In such cases, healing becomes a process of giving and rebuilding externally what you may never be able to reclaim internally. Since his time in Rwanda, General Dallaire has become a champion for the most vulnerable, the children who are so brutally targeted, victimized, and exploited in war. He founded the Romeo Dallaire Child Soldiers Initiative to help end the practice of using child soldiers, and he's dedicated the rest of his life to this cause. Although he may never fully recover from what he witnessed and experienced during the genocide, he is channeling those feelings to prepare us for more tests. From Myanmar to Syria to Yemen, even today, the dark tests march on. But our human race is blessed to have dedicated soldiers of light, also unrelenting, also marching on. Please help me welcome General Romeo Dallaire.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to recognize certainly the representatives of the Rwandan government who are here, Madam Ustakasere, the representative of the Ambassador First Secretary from the embassy. I want to thank Immaculée for doing nearly a miracle of pulling all this together and being so calm in doing so and so welcoming. Zeke was very, very eloquent and very emotional, but very real in his presentation. Survivors who are here, friends of survivors, families, just generally friends of humanity. I wish to thank you for giving me the opportunity to say a few words this afternoon. I was listening to the anthems that were so smartly and with dignity sung earlier on. The American one is a rather interesting one. It speaks of war and it speaks of flags flying, and it's rather interesting that as a Canadian, that song comes out of a battle between the Americans and Canadians and the British about nearly 2 centuries ago. So it's very becoming of being invited here to this institution on this day. However, the Rwandan national anthem reflects an extraordinary dignity and also reflects a martyrdom of a society that has the depth that is near impossible to imagine, to replicate. And as such, we don't seek to replicate mass atrocities or genocide, but we do seek not to let it be forgotten. We do seek to ensure that the genocide does not disappear from the books. That, in fact, very correctly, the Canadian government a few weeks ago, when I spoke, has acknowledged the genocide of the Tutsi and not the generic genocide of Rwanda that opens the door to revisionism and all kinds of other interpretation. Many, many suffered, many died who were not Tutsi. But the genocide and the concept of genocide and the idea, the philosophy of eliminating and opposition by wiping it out of the surface of the earth. That is a very deliberate plan. That is a very deliberate act. That is genocide. And that was the aim of the hardline extremists of the government of the time. They did not want to share power with a minority in their country, and they decided that the only solution, the final solution as was used 75 years before to the Jewish community, was to simply eliminate them. To actually aim at trying to slaughter 1.2 million Tutsis. And in so doing, work hard at eliminating that community, that race, from the surface of the earth. There is no other description of what the aim was of that genocide. The majority wanted to keep power, did not want to share it, and were fearful of the presence of that minority, and so they decided to simply destroy it. They also did that with a vengeance. It's one thing to line people up, as we've seen often during the Holocaust, and shoot them one after another and let them pile up in these mass graves. But it is, and so eloquently stated, it is a whole different exercise when you literally, deliberately want them to suffer, to live the most horrific scenarios possible before they die, to injure them so that they will suffer as long as possible before they bleed to death and die. That vengeance that was in those acts, by turning a human being, a group of human beings, into insects, and plucking away at them just like you would pluck away at a fly its wings and its legs, plucking away at these human beings just as if they were insects, and committing the most horrific acts possible so that they would suffer, physically suffer, psychologically, in their fundamental values of who they are as human beings, and then kill them, or simply injure them enough that over the next days they would die. That vengeance was what I articulated on 4 occasions in front of the International Tribunal. That there is no doubt in my military mind that not only was there a genocide to eliminate a group of people from being part of a society and part of a structure of government, but it was also a vengeance to make them suffer for having simply been a minority in that country that they feared. Ladies and gentlemen, I was in command of a brigade group in Quebec City of 5,200 soldiers. I got the call to go to Rwanda and begged and borrowed and steal troops from countries that had absolutely no capability whatsoever, no training, no equipment. Fought for a mandate that would permit me to intervene, and ended up with a mandate, Chapter 6, to observe. Given no capability to defend, although the Rwandan community actually believed that the UN was there to defend them. That was not the mandate. A Chapter 6 mission is there to observe as 2 groups have decided to have peace and have decided that they need a referee without a penalty box, without a red card, to simply assist them as they implement that. That was the mandate. And that was the start of the errors of the international community, ultimately represented in the UN. People actually believed that there was a fundamental will to peace, to reconciliation, and ultimately to permitting both communities to live in a harmony, in a democracy. Well, that was proven wrong within weeks of being deployed. And yet, no one country in the world, including my own, had any interest in this small country that had no strategic value, no strategic resources like oil, and essentially was caught up in what, in the most perverse way, described as tribal rivalry, tribalism. Something that the North would describe as part of the history of that continent. And so we had more important things to do than to potentially expect that a peace agreement could fail and that the elements of extremism were strong enough to actually turn a peace agreement into not only a civil war, but also into a genocide. It is true that the UN failed in Rwanda. It is absolutely true that I failed in Rwanda in command of my mission. We made mistakes. We did not convince. We did not influence for people to shift their thinking from Cambodia, from Mozambique, from Haiti, from Yugoslavia, to consider that Rwanda was a country that needed far more support than on the cheap, and with the minimum possible resources to assist. However, it is very facile and easy to accuse the UN of having failed in Rwanda, because the UN is us, all of us. The UN is not a country. Sometimes it's a Tower of Babylon. But every country that makes up the UN, now 194, that's where the fundamental blame exists when we think of the prevention that could have happened, of the stopping of the genocide, and of assisting in the reconciliation and justice. Ladies and gentlemen, the blood that ran in Rwanda is on the hands of the 193 other countries that refused to give the UN and us in the field any capability to prevent the genocide and ultimately to even try to stop it. Every nation in the world that had any capability is guilty of having abandoned the Tutsi community of Rwanda and are, in my opinion, guilty of having witnessed a genocide after nearly 70 years at that time of never again, which the Jewish community paid such a horrific price of trying to give us as a reference. Today is the 27th of April. Today we're in the third week of the genocide. To me, the genocide happened this morning. For there are times when I wake up and for nanoseconds I am back in Rwanda. I can hear the screams. I can smell the burning bodies. I can see the firefights. I can see the thousands upon thousands suffering. I can see the ethical, moral, and legal dilemmas that my few troops and myself were going through as we attempted to play God with the lives of Rwandans, of listening to Tutsi people that I knew very well, screaming at the end of the phone for help, and having no resources to give them, and listening to them being slaughtered in their house. The first phone call that I got on the morning of the 7th was from an elderly gentleman in the UK. And he called up, he found my number from some way, and he said, General, he says, I want you to deploy a battalion to go save the guerrillas. And being a soldier, I said, oh, he probably means the RPF. Rebels, guerrillas. I said, what do you mean I go save the guerrillas? He said, yes. He said, there's a possibility that this endangered species of animal will be destroyed, and so you must deploy at least 1,000 troops up there to protect those guerrillas. I said, I don't even have 500 troops to protect millions of human beings here. Then I said some nasty things and hung up. Ladies and gentlemen, for decades, I have believed, and I would argue now that I hold the international community even more accountable than in those days, because we know what to do now. We have the concept of responsibility to protect that says that we must intervene when a nation massively abuses the human rights of its people. And we're not doing it in Syria and Myanmar and so on. I hold the international community more accountable now than I did 25 years ago. But I hold the international community accountable because I was convinced for the longest time that if somebody had decided that it wanted to really wipe out those magnificent animals, those gorillas in those mountains, that I would have gotten more support from the world than I did when they were slaughtering tens of thousands of human beings in that country, day in and day out. You were abandoned. You didn't count. No one saw self-interest in helping you, and no one wanted to risk the lives of their own people to protect you, especially after Mogadishu in October of '93, and when President Clinton pulled out the US forces and produced Presidential Directive number 25 that said the United States will not engage in any humanitarian effort unless it's in its self-interest. And you, ladies and gentlemen, survivors, and those who didn't survive, were not in the interest of this country nor any other country. Oh, there were nations fiddling behind the scenes. French, British, Belgian, Americans, of course, but not necessarily to see justice done to establish an atmosphere of security, for they did deploy close to 2,000 troops to extricate in the first week the white expatriates and the few Rwandans who were the intelligentsia behind the genocide and who still today are free in France, are free in Belgium. still today. So the 27th of April was significant to me because that's the day that I finally got a call from the UN headquarters. And it was from Boutros Ghali himself. Except he wasn't in his headquarters, he was somewhere in France. He was traveling, as he often did during that time. And he said, General, he said, I have information that from the ex-colonial power that they are going to come and wipe out your force that's left because they don't want any witnesses, as this killing doesn't seem to be stopping, it seems to be continuously increasing. And he said, the world cannot handle 454 peacekeepers slaughtered in Rwanda. It can handle 10,000 Rwandans being slaughtered every day, but it can't handle 454 peacekeepers slaughtered. And so he ordered me out. Abandon the mission, pull your troops out, leave the Rwandans to their own devices. I have no merit in the answer I gave him, for it was an instinctive response. I don't think it was based on any military training I've ever had. I do believe, however, it was based on the values and the moral references of my upbringing, of my own country, of my community, my family, my religion, my schooling. For before he even got the last word out, I answered, no, I refuse your order. Now, he wasn't used to people saying no to him, so he hung up. Phoned back again, repeated it. My answer was just as emphatic, and he hung up again. So his chief of staff called and said, do you realize that you have refused the legal order, that you are now a rogue commander, that you do not have authority anymore on those soldiers because you are illegally now in command for having refused a legal order to withdraw? And I said, yes, I'm fully aware of that, and I hung up on him. Now, that instinctive reaction came from being in the midst of that slaughter, from having been told by nations to my face in the first week of the genocide when they came in to do an assessment of sending me reinforcements, that they said, no, we're not going to recommend to our country to come here because there's nothing here. Or there are some human beings. And one country even said that, hey, this place has got too many human beings, overpopulated anyways. The human being in the Rwandan genocide did not count. And nobody came. And I would argue that that self-interest position exists still today, even though we've got 25 years of work and advocacy and new mandates, the International Tribunal being created, reforms in the UN, some very minor though, and the concept of responsibility to protect that makes the individual sovereign and not the state, which then gives us permission to intervene as we should. So although I was refused the legal order, I still had to speak to my troops because they had no right anymore, no authority to follow my orders. I had taken a decision to refuse a legal order because it was immoral, because we had already seen one country pull its troops out and 4,000 Rwandans within 2 hours were slaughtered in that same place where that country had had the troops and pulled them out before we were able to stop them. And so the order was immoral, but ethically I had to go and ask the 454 soldiers that still remained after everybody else had left, because 10 white soldiers had been killed and everybody else pulled out. I had to go ask them, would they follow a rogue commander and stay and protect the Amahoro Stadium and 5 different places where we had people under our protection from both sides. The African deputy commander was a general called Henry Anidoho from Ghana, who had been on a number of UN missions. The bulk of the force that was left were Ghanaians, some Tunisians, and a few others. Canada had sent me 12 officers to help me, and that was it. Well, Anidoho was even faster than I was with his answer, no, he's not leaving, he's staying. And he, against the orders of his own country, kept the troops under the command and under my command for the rest of the war. On the 17th of May, the UN finally gave me the mandate to be able to use force and to give me the 5,000 troops I needed to stop the genocide. 17th of May, an estimated 250,000 plus have been killed already. The first troops arrived in the last week of July. The war had ended. The interim government created had taken place since the 18th of July. There was no more genocide to stop. It had run its course. Rwandans stopped the genocide, not the international community. And the first troops that did come in were from Ethiopia, who had been in an 18-year civil war. They had no equipment, nothing. Nothing. It took months to build that force. After the war, after the genocide. I started by saying that I was commanding a brigade of 5,200 troops in Quebec. I've been commanding for 2 years that force. I live with horrific guilt that no matter how much therapy I take, no matter how many pills I take every day, does not assuage the guilt that I feel that I have. Because I know if I had had my brigade of 5,200 Canadians deployed with me in Rwanda, there would not have been a genocide. We would have stopped it dead in its tracks. It was possible. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it was possible to prevent it. It was possible to stop it in its tracks. It was possible to reduce the scale and the length of the genocide. And it certainly was possible to provide the survivors with far more capabilities than they had to try to rebuild the nation for years afterwards. At the 10th anniversary, when I was there, survivors who had stayed, Tutsi survivors that had stayed in the country, were not getting the support from the government because it was having enough trouble trying to figure out what to do. And many of the Tutsi diasporas and other countries that had come back were managing the situation, but the survivors were not necessarily supported as they could be. And it reminded me very much of readings of the Holocaust and how some of the Jewish people that did survive in Germany were treated often nearly as traitors for having been able to survive. And how survivors, Tutsi survivors for years, were not supported to the level they should have been and get the support they need and their families. But that, with time, has been rectified. And I guess time is the other factor in all this. Ladies and gentlemen, time does not erase what's in our mind. Time, all it does is give you the opportunity to let those memories come back, to relive them, digitally clear and in slow motion. And so the individuals who are survivors, the individuals who've lived it, have a sworn duty never to let the Rwandan genocide disappear from the consciousness of the international community, and never let the international community continue to abdicate from its responsibilities to humanity, to human rights, to the prevention of mass atrocities and genocide by hiding behind sovereignty and hiding behind the fear of casualties on their side, and hiding behind, particularly, this whole notion that self-interest dominates, not human beings, self-interest. And so I strive as others, and I hope to continue to live long enough to advance my work on child soldiers, because, ladies and gentlemen, the wars are now being fought by children. The adults are not fighting wars, children are. And that is creating generational wars, and that means those children become adults and that's all they know, and that is going to perpetuate those wars. And remember, the slaughter, the vast slaughtering in Rwanda was not done by adults. It was done by the Interahamwe, a youth movement by a political party that was indoctrinated and turned into a militia and given the free rein to destroy other human beings. For they had been nurtured to the concept that Tutsis were not as human as they were. That in fact, there was a belief that all humans were not human, that some humans count more than others. And so that there's some humans that are more human than others. And because of that, that permits you to give different levels of support and care and interest. I testified in Arusha. I also got involved with the International Criminal Court in Den Haag for Yugoslavia, because I had had troops in Yugoslavia. In Den Haag, the facilities were magnificently organized. Witness protection was there right from day one. In Arusha, the toilets didn't work. You couldn't find a pencil. And there was no witness protection, and they were killing witnesses before they could get back to the airfield, let alone get off the plane. Why two standards? Who has established that as being justice? By what criteria did we use to make Den Haag functional, but that Arusha could work on a poverty, poor, inefficient, ineffective court. Yet there were more people killed, injured, internally displaced, refugeed, and raped, on top of the use of children as weapons of war, than in Yugoslavia. I fought to keep 454 soldiers out of the original force of 2,600. At the same time that my old brigade was in ex-Yugoslavia with 67,000 other soldiers. What are the criteria to establish who is more human than others? Is it possible that the international community actually is living by that criteria? That those white Yugoslavs are more human than the sub-Saharan black African, than Rwandans, than Tutsis. Somebody took that decision. Do not erase that from the equation. That must be part of the accountability of the international community. Use the UN as your whipping horse, fine. But it's not the essence of how we will continue to advance human rights. The essence of how we continue is to have laws, yes, but it really resides in whether or not the political elites of the world have the courage, the belief, and the statesmanship to take the risks and to do what they preach, that is to say, defend human rights, and that means every human being is equal, and every human being is allowed to be protected in their rights and their hopes and their aspirations. I brought 146 slides. I'm not going to use them. But I fear that this is a problem still today. When you look at the Syrias and the Myanmars, and I have people now working in South Sudan, I got people in Somalia, I have people in Jordan just beside Syria. That is still ongoing. And so we will continue to fight. But we must not let the international community off the hook, that it only did half the job by establishing a justice capability, by recognizing finally that it is the genocide of the Tutsis. The other half of the job is to make them very conscious that what they did subsequently is assess, even while the genocide was going on, and even before, but particularly afterwards, that the Rwandans do not count as much as Yugoslavs. The Syrians do not count as much as Yugoslavs. That they are living with a pecking order of humanity. And the hypocrisy of the international political leadership in regards to its belief in human rights is what is eating away at me and what I will bring to my grave. And I'll end with this very short anecdote, as I have spoken too long already. And I'm certainly not as eloquent as Zach is. When we were negotiating to move members of the Tutsi community behind the RPF lines and members of the Hutu community to move them behind the government lines, I was driving through no man's land. No man's land is not politically correct, I suppose, the no person's land, but it's when forces pull apart in order to regroup. And so there's nobody there because they've been fighting over that area and they've pulled back. And so as I'm driving through there to negotiate, up ahead a couple hundred meters, there's a little boy in the middle of the road. Now they were using young children to stop the humanitarian convoys. If the kids didn't stay in the streets, they simply killed them. And so the kids would be in the road, the convoy would stop, and then they would steal the food, medical supplies, water, sheeting that they needed to continue on the slaughtering. So as we approached the child, we thought it might be an ambush, and I had a couple soldiers with me, so we stopped, jumped out, no ambush. We went to the huts along the road, and all we found were bodies of people who had been killed weeks before. And as we're looking for somebody to take care of this child where there should be nobody, we lose the child. So we make our way back, and we find him in a hut where there was adults, one male, female, a couple children. They were half eaten by dogs and rats. And he was sitting there as if he was at home. And I picked him up and I brought him to the front of my vehicle and I looked at him. And his stomach was bloated. He was dirty. He smelled. He was in rags. There were flies all around him. He was dirty beyond description. But what I saw when I looked into the eyes of that young 7-year-old boy in the midst of that genocide and civil war was exactly what I saw in the eyes of my 7-year-old son that I had left in Quebec City to go to Africa. They were the eyes of a human child, and they were exactly the same. That boy was just as human as my son. And I knew where my son was. But what could I do to that boy and the hundreds of thousands of other children who were slaughtered? But to be a witness and to be guilty of having failed in my mission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General Dallaire. I know I speak on behalf of the Rwandans in this room who are eternally grateful for the courage that you had and the impact that your words continue to have today as you hold world leaders accountable and you continue to speaking truth to power. At this time, I would ask that if you do have questions for General Dallaire, I'm going to ask him to come to the stage. I will give him a microphone. If you could please line up. We will keep this brief as General Dallaire does have to get on the road. So please do come to the front. Or whatever's
We'll give that to the people. You can ask us your questions as candid as you want. You'll get a candid answer whether you like it or not. Yes, sir.
Thank you for your good story. Very encouraging from a military person. It's not very common for people like you to be very, very honest with experiences. I've seen this because I come from Uganda and I've encountered a lot of experiences with military people, so I'm very, very humbled. My question is, in relation to the role of the international community, you said that the 193 countries all failed to help Rwanda. But then if you remember that the RPF were actually supported by neighboring countries like Tanzania and Uganda. So would that also portray the picture that all the countries failed?
I had command I ultimately ended up with command of 3 missions. One was on the border with Rwanda and Uganda, and so I had all of southern Uganda under my command, and I had about 100 troops there from Mbarara south. And I also was given the command of the potential mission in Burundi, because if you remember, there had been a coup d'etat in Burundi, and we had 300,000 Burundian refugees in the south of Rwanda at the time. I think that the countries like Burundi, Tanzania a bit, who did provide resources to the RPF, were doing that in good faith to support the RPF. However, I did not see the African Union hold the UN accountable. I did see, yes, some support. I saw 4 African nations that finally were prepared to send me some troops, but they had no equipment and they couldn't even get there because they had no transport. And nobody was going to give me any. I had to rent armored vehicles from the Americans, who had over 3,000 of them in Europe. I had to steal money from another mission to pay for armored vehicles to come to Rwanda. And so there was efforts, but it was not of the scale to ultimately prevent the situation from happening. And that's where I think we all fail to start with. The aim was to prevent the damn thing from happening in the first place. The aim was to support the peace agreement. While I was there was a big cargo aircraft that landed. And I had troops at the airport, and so we surrounded the airplane, and we inspected all planes coming in. And this plane was full of weapons and ammunition. And the government complained that I had taken all that and locked it up, not given it to them. And I said, do you not realize that you signed a peace agreement and that there's an arms embargo? And they said, yes, but we had bought this ammunition before that. So we were allowed to have delivery of it. Now, when you start thinking like that, you can imagine how obtuse and how wrong the situation is going to turn when they're still trying to arm and build up the force. And so, yeah, the RPF needed that ammunition, those weapons, and I tried to stop him, but I was not successful. But really what we needed was, well, senior politicians and leaders like Museveni that I've met, President, on a number of occasions, and asked him to intervene before the thing went catastrophic. That's more what I needed. And that's where the whole world failed. You know that CNN had only started a few years before that. CNN, ABC, CBS, and NBC, they had more airtime on Tanya Harding kneecapping her opposition and O.J. Simpson's trial than they did on the Rwandan genocide. Not because I wasn't getting the messages out. I risked my troops to get the missions out to the border of Uganda and get it out to Nairobi to be delivered in the old systems that we had then. The stories were there, but they were cut on the floor. In Atlanta and New York and Washington and in London and Toronto and all that. The international community media, in my opinion, deliberately tried to downplay that problem. Did somebody tell them to do that? Did they not want to get involved, so they kept it at a minimum? It'd be worthwhile finding out the responsibility of the international media during the genocide and who decided what and what was going on. I see the Pope's flag there in this Catholic university. When I was at Harvard doing my research on child soldiers, I was invited by the bishop who is at the time, the rector, the principal, president of Boston College, a Jesuit university. He said, I'd like you to talk about the Catholic Church in Rwanda and the genocide. And I said, yes, I would like to speak of it. And so he said, send me the title and we'll do it. So I sent him the title. And the title of my speech was The Complicity of the Catholic Church of Rwanda in the Genocide. You can imagine that did not go across very well. And then I argued that the ethnic divide had started in the schools. Nuns and brothers favoring one ethnic group against the other, teaching pejoratively what one ethnic group was against the other. That the hierarchy of the Catholic Church of Rwanda was of the other ethnic group, the Hutus, dominated by them. A practicing president, practicing Catholic president, was the argument. The Pope had been in Rwanda the year before, in '92. So in late March, I had an audience with Pope Francis to discuss the problem of child soldiers and spent half an hour with him. There is a great reticence of the structure to say complicity, but he still asked for forgiveness and that we pray for him with the history of what is going on in that church, my church. And so there's a lot of angles to this story that have yet to be written. And when you look at the New York Review of Books every 2 weeks, and the number of our books that are written by the Jewish community still finding things of the Holocaust 75 years ago, there better be a lot more books like yours. There better be a lot more writing. There better be a lot more young people engaged in advocacy and leading the world to recognize that they survived a genocide and that it's happening again, and they should be leading the charge against the complicity or the sense of abandonment that people have when they don't really think those people are important. You have a strong mandate to not let the world forget and to harass the living daylights out of them until they do remember, and that one day we do get a statesman, finally, who's got the guts to say, we will intervene because the human rights of this people are being massively abused that could lead ultimately even to mass atrocities and genocide. That's the mandate that this reconciliation, that this commemoration should have with the future. Build that nation and continue to make it an extraordinary nation, as I am there regularly training your troops. But also get out of that country as you are and tell the story and make sure people are not given the opportunity to sleep well at night when they know that they are just as guilty as I was of having failed you. And that's my short answer on that one.
If there are no more questions, I don't see anyone lined up. Please, sir, could you come to the mic?
I don't know if this is a question as much as a comment. I don't understand why you feel guilty when you tried so hard to change the course of history. I just don't understand. To me, you are a hero that didn't get the job done, but it certainly wasn't your fault in any way, shape, or form.
When you are a soldier, an officer, a general, you are given command of troops. That means you have the authority to ultimately put them in harm's way and even order them to potentially being killed in accomplishing the mission. You are mandated to do that. You must achieve the mission. You know you will take casualties, but the mission first, and then ultimately your people, and then yourself. When you are given command, that is 24/7, all aspects of your command. And when you're given command of a mission and you've accepted it, and although you might be fighting for more resources and changing the situation and mandate and going at it as much as you want, if you don't accomplish the mission, then you failed. And command is not something that you do to the best of your ability and, geez, I'm sorry it didn't work. That is not command. You don't do something like that with the lives of people that are under your authority by simply saying, I did the best I can. You either accomplished the mission or you didn't. You are either in command or you're not. And I've equated command, and I hope I don't offend the ladies by saying it's sort of like being pregnant. You're not pregnant during the week, and on weekends you're off. And by the by, when you have the child, it doesn't mean your job's done. You've got it for life. Your mission is the child through life. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm educated from an organization that its fundamental ethos is the accomplishment of the mission, and that we all join that voluntarily to accomplish those missions, knowing full well that that may destroy us, may destroy our families for the rest of their lives, as my family has essentially been destroyed by war. But it was already destroyed partially by my father and my father-in-law, both of them having fought in World War II and having suffered PTSD in combat, and we lived through hell with them. And so, no matter how many pills I take a day, and I'm up to 9 now, and how many years of therapy, I'm up to 19, it will never assuage the sense of responsibility of command, ever. But you are very kind in taking my defense. Thank you.
Thank you. We will take one last question, and then General Dallaire has to get on the road. So please, thank you. Just turn it on. There you go.
Thank you, General. As a survivor, it's not what you did or what you accomplished, just the willingness, because nobody came to our rescue. My question is, what was the conversation between your army and your command with what was so-called zone turquoise? You understand what happened. What was the conversation between you and the zone turquoise?
The Zone Turquoise, or Operation Turquoise, was when the French convinced the Security Council in June to send a force to protect the civilians from the slaughter. That's at least what they sold there. And the French sent in troops, but they also brought in a few troops from other Franco-African countries, which compromised those troops that were already with me. So they had Senegalese in Turquoise, and I had Senegalese, so all those guys had to go and leave my force because the RPF considered them to be the enemy. The force that went in for Turquoise was not a humanitarian force. It was a force prepared to fight. It was armed with NATO capabilities of taking on an enemy force. It had fighter aircraft. It had heavy armor. It had heavy weapons, mortars and so on. It had few trucks to be able to transport people, had few helicopters to transport other than combat troops. And I went as far as to assess that when Turquoise was coming in, they had an alternate plan also of parachuting into Kigali. And so I ended up The RPF are here. The French Opération Turquoise is here. And I'm the Chapter 6 mission between the two to make sure they don't fight. And so my mandate by default was to make sure that the Turquoise forces and the RPF forces do not engage each other, and to move whatever I could into Turquoise area to get the French out as fast as possible to protect the civilians there. And there was about 1.6 million people just in front of the forest that we were still protecting. And so we did not let the French take on the RPF. They tried twice. They lost soldiers and they were beaten. The French soldiers, it's the first time I know in history that they're actually accusing their officers of having duped them. That is to say, thank you. That's not gin, eh? The soldiers actually believe that the officers were telling them that they were there to protect those that are being slaughtered, while in fact the government had another ambition to potentially stop the RPF advance and maybe regain ground and, God knows, maybe split the country in two. And so that now is being argued in some courts in France, finally, by the soldiers against their officers. That gentleman has one of my books, so he
So we're going to let him
deserves
ask a question. Okay.
You wanted to ask a question, sir?
All right.
Thank you, General Darer. My name is Thomas, and I hope you can autograph this book for me. That's my first question, and I have to say, this was the first book. When I read it, they gave me a true picture of what went on in Rwanda, because obviously I was outside. And this book, when I read it, and I go through a lot, and I underlined almost every word from the beginning to the end, and it shows all the emotions that I just heard when you were talking out there. At some points you were like, I screamed, you didn't know what to do. This book is so powerful, and thank you. But my question now, you went to Rwanda to fight a war, and you said yourself that you failed. And obviously, it's probably not you who failed it, it's the whole world failed you. And however, the war is not, I would not even say it's over. We're not being murdered anymore. But the new phase of war, as you know, the genocides are deniers. And that's what we're going through. That's what the Tutsi survivors can't handle, because they're not being killed anymore. However, every time a denier, who most time they are very powerful, governments, journalists, who's supposed to know the truth, go out there and write books and go defend those books for probably the purpose of financial gains or other issues. They just go ahead and deny this. And it makes it so hard for most of those people to even begin to heal. As you, obviously you took over this mission of helping the kids, and that's really the way to overcome most of the problems that those kids can cause. But for the deniers, what is, I know you wrote a book and you talk about it, but how, I would feel almost like you still have the duty. I don't know, but to keep fighting this for us. And I said, at some point I said, you're the only man, alive or dead, who truly can be out there and speak and be heard. Because if a Rwandan speaks, they're gonna say they are biased. But you truly are the one who can speak, and you, obviously you said it, you speak to the white people who have the powers. And that's where I would like you to address, see if you can help us fighting these deniers.
Okay,
Thank you.
I need that. Okay. Let me say, first of all, I was not sent in there to stop a war because the Rwandans had signed a peace agreement, so there was no more war, apparently. But that obviously was not in the minds of the hardliners, and so the war started again. So peacekeeping proved itself ineffective in that time with Chapter 6. I come from the province of Quebec, the francophone part of Canada. They are very influenced by the French and the Belgians and other francophone countries. There are a number of missionaries and priests and so on who have served in Rwanda also over the years. And there are a number of deniers, of revisionists in Quebec mostly. There are some here in the United States, and there are, of course, in other countries in Europe. I was a senator in my country for 10 years. And I was on the Human Rights Committee where we attempted to argue that the people who could deny the Tutsi genocide in Rwanda, that if people were allowed to continue to deny that there was a genocide of Tutsis, that should be against the law. Just like it is to deny that the Holocaust happened. It is against the law. In my country here. So the first line of offense against the revisionists is to move that the nations enact legislation to make it illegal to deny that the Tutsi community of Rwanda was a victim of a genocide, and that to express revisionist opinion of that is against the law. And you can base it on all the testimony that was in Arusha, plus other studies to argue that the genocide of Tutsis actually happened. So you've got material there, you could do that. The other side of the story, however, on this is got to come back, and I'm glad that there's a Rwandan government representative here, because I've had the opportunity on a number of occasions to speak to Rwandan ambassadors and to President Kagame. Pre-war and during the war and genocide, the Tutsi diaspora in North America and in Europe was very strong. It had very good communications influence. It was able to speak, to express what was going on. It worked hard at recognizing that there was a genocide coming, and it did its utmost to gain, sympathy from the international community, although not enough political input to stop it. But the Rwandan government had a strong voice outside of Rwanda, defeating those who did not believe that ultimately catastrophe was going to happen. Well, at the end of the war, a lot of those voices came back to Rwanda because they went back home. And that left outside of Rwanda very little resources to tell the story of the genocide. And so it sort of turns on organizations like yours here, and the president is here to try to influence it. However, I firmly believe that the Rwandan government has an enormous responsibility of tripling, of quadrupling its diplomatic corps and its efforts in the international community to fight revisionism, to tell the story, and to get into the medias and into writing and into presenting it. It's fine to do investigations inside the country and reports inside the country and all kinds of accusations inside the country. That's fine. You got to clean up your own stuff. But what is more important now is that you're losing the battle in the front of revisionists. And if you lose that battle, then you're going to create yourself an isolationism that will not help the reconciliation ultimately of the world and your history of the genocide. So there is an absolute requirement to mobilize far more resources in very specific countries around the world to fight the revisionists head on. And you've got the international community and law and the whole International Criminal Court, and you've got a whole bunch of people who are prepared to take on revisionists. And I'll end it by the following, just to prove how much that war is not being won. The BBC, now nearly 2 years ago, produced a documentary. It was the biggest piece of crap I've ever seen. It was so one-sided, it was scandalous. And so there's 26 of us, intellectuals, ex-military, diplomats, politicians, who have brought the BBC just to the brink of going to court. And we have fought every fight with the BBC to have them retract that documentary because it's based on falsehood. But I guess the insult to injury to prove that you're not winning and that I'm not winning is that my own editor edited a book that came out about 8 months ago that was revisionist in nature. And so I'm fighting it. I think the diaspora is fighting it. But I really believe that the government of Rwanda has an enormous responsibility to its history and people knowing its history in the world by getting a whole bunch of more assets out there and taking on deliberately campaigns, deliberately in each country, campaigns to fight revisionism. The Jewish community did it, and they did it successfully. There's no reason why Rwandans cannot do it, and don't tell me it's money. So I'll keep at it. I fired my editor, but now I don't know who's going to publish my next book. But anyways, thank you.
Thank you, General Dallaire. I'm going to ask that we continue the program. General Dallaire does have some press junkets, and then he will be on the road once he finishes. So I will ask, some kids have prepared a poem to share with us. If they could please come forward at this time.
So you can have it. She said,
Here, why don't you use this mic and then we'll share. We'll share the mic. Who wants to hold it? Can you share? You two share.
Why?
The mic. We need a mic.
I'm going to share it by myself.
It's okay, I'll bring the tech while they do this. There. You guys go ahead.
I am a child of a survivor. I bring lives, hopes, and tears. I bring laughter and tenderness. I am the child of a survivor. I am the child of a survivor. I bring love, a memory, a resemblance. I ask a lot of questions. I see tears and I see sorrow, but I also see hope. I am the child of a survivor. I am the child of a survivor. I see hurt and I see sadness, but I believe in a better world, a better humanity, and I am a child of a survivor. I am the child of a survivor. I am the link to those we lost and to those alive. I am a keeper of memories, memories of those we hold dear, memories of those we will never meet, but memories we hold close here in our hearts.
I am the child of a survivor. Through the eyes of my parents, I see the lost memories that made me. I am the child of a survivor. I see miracles, I live miracles. I am a child of a survivor. I am the child of a survivor. And I am forever grateful for the lives of the survivor, because without a survivor, I would be here today. I am thankful for the kindness of a few. I am thankful for the lives of my parents. I am for the lives of family close or far. I am thankful. I know how life is, and I don't take things for granted. I am a child of a survivor, and I am thankful to be the keeper of hope, healing, and peace. I am a child of a survivor.
I am the child of a survivor.
Oh, you're not.
Sorry. It's okay. Oh no.
Thank you. Can I borrow the mic? Thank you so much. Can we give them another round of applause? Thank you again. That was beautiful. And now we wanted the opportunity to hear from another survivor in the room. He will be introduced by his co-author of his new book, Angels on My Path. Max Russell will introduce him.
Like those children up here, and like the general, I am a survivor. I'm a child of a survivor of one of the worst battles in military history, the Battle of the Bulge. And it was during the work on this book, I spent 3 years that I didn't even have time. I didn't have 3 years to do this, but I got involved with Kaka in the strangest way. We met out in nowhere, like no man's land, around fields and everything. And during that time, I became aware that war, horrible, horrible stuff, had affected me and my family in very violent ways that last for years. But the reason I got involved with this book is because I liked Kaka's attitude. No matter what happens, you just keep on going. That's my attitude. Life is worth living. There's just no other way. I heard Z say on the radio recently, he said, if you behave like a victim, the bad guy wins. I'm not into that. And neither is Kaka. So 3 of the last 4 years I spent researching and reading your book, General. It was a very interesting read. Very, very interesting read. I read all kinds of things. I read survivor stories. I read the confessions of prisoners. I grew up around prisoners. I grew up around prison. I care about perpetrators. Some of them are my relatives. Just nothing in Rwanda, but other places. Do you know what date is on this paper? I was going to throw this paper away. I was throwing it into my fireplace with other old papers about 4 months ago. And I looked down and I said, what? Can you guess the date? You can guess it. April 7th, 1994. On this day, I signed, my wife and I were signing for a better loan on a house in another city, while chapter, I think, 5, 6, and 7 of the book, Angels on My Path, Kaka's story, while those chapters tell what his family was doing. On the very day I was signing this, they were running for their lives. Very interesting story, details there that are worth reading. A friend of mine who is a good writer and who is used to being around Africans read this book, and he said to me, now, remind me again, did Kaka survive? I said, yes, you met him at my house 2 months ago. He goes, well, I keep telling myself I met him, but the book was so real to him, you know, it was detailed. In other words, Kaka told me, he said, I'm determined to tell everything. Well, I wouldn't go lame tell everything because it can be too, overpowering. You don't need all the details. So we agreed that I had to help him write it in a way that would feel like you were telling everything. So instead of using all kinds of terrible words, you can just say he chopped him because he was Tutsi, because he was Tutsi. You say it with simple words that read that way, and people tell us it feels that way. And so Rob wasn't sure that Kaka survived his own autobiography. Isn't that something? Rob also said, I've never learned so much about Africa. So there's a lot more to tell. As I've told some of you, Americans don't care about another genocide story. We've got them coming out our ears, unless we hear what was lost. And so this story, Angels on My Path, captures the beauty that a lot of you, the kids of survivors, I'm certain a lot of you don't know, because my father didn't tell me all kinds of things. He just would not talk about it. So we had to find out about it different ways. So this book is a great way for you to recapture a lot of things that your parents maybe just didn't even think to tell you about how life was 25 years ago and how some of it still is today. I learned a lot of Rwandese. Check this out. His nickname is Kaka. He has a sister, Dada. Kaka's his nickname means brother. Dada means sister. Their dad is Papa. That means dad. They have a friend named Fifi. And then in, forget which chapter, along comes a classmate named Mimi. Now help me out on this one. And then the sister of a ruthless landlord who comes in the last third of the book. I'll start it out, you finish it. That guy's sister's name is Bebe. So we have Kaka, Dada, Papa, Fifi, Mimi, and Bebe. Think of what you can learn if you're a Muzungu or somebody else. You can learn Rwandese too. And one more thing, I forget which chapter, but it's in maybe the last half, it's in the last half of the book. I learned how to make toilet paper, 1994 style. Kaka made this for me. So he could illustrate how it was made. And you'll see why when you read Angels on My Path, because it's an important part of that too. Not everything is violence. Most of this is about beautiful things interrupted by some bad things. But he's determined that life would go on in fullness and beauty. So, Kaka, come on up and take it from there.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being with us today as we commemorate our loved ones who died or killed during the genocide of 1994 against Tutsis. Thank you, Max, for your kind remarks. And I also want to thank General Darrell for being here with us and sharing an incredible story as he was in Rwanda during that time. Kizito, I also would like to thank you so much for being an inspiration to me, to have the courage to also be able to share my story, as you have shared your story way before I even thought about sharing mine. I was 12 years old when the genocide started. The first day I started hearing the gunshots all over the city. I lived in this, just outside of the capital city of Kigali. At that time, I didn't really know what was going on until my father told me that I was not allowed to go visit my uncle, that I was supposed to go visit that day. In the evening, we had to go sleep in the banana plantations because we were afraid that those gunshots or anybody else may be coming to kill us at night. As during the day, my parents had learned that things are serious. And at that time, we knew that the president had died at that time. It was that night, that first night we slept in the banana plantation, that I didn't really get much sleep. We just lay down on top of banana leaves. And I saw my father standing up with a rosary, and he was praying. I did not hear what he was saying, but the signal it was that he was praying. And I guessed that he was praying for my family. It was in day 3 that actually somebody, a friend of his who was Hutu, came to our home and told my father that a group of Hutu militia were coming, making their way home to kill us. Immediately, we had to leave home and started going in different directions. My father had an idea that we had to separate into different groups so that along the way, if killers found us, they don't find us and kill us, all of us together. We eventually, I actually stayed with my younger brother, who was 6 years old, my younger sister, who was 9, and a cousin who was about the same age as me, 12, and he had just was visiting for the Easter holidays. We ended up at a Hutu man's house. That man had been hired by my father in the past to do some construction works at our home for doing some remodeling. And I knew that we knew he was a Hutu, and actually the decision wasn't really mine or my siblings, but it was my older cousins who came later on and found us where we were hiding nearby, and he got us from there and actually took us there because he knew that that man was probably going to be kind to us and shelter us there, because us being so little, it was going to be so tough for us to keep running around. So we arrived to the man's house, and my cousin talked to my older cousin, talked to him, and he agreed to keep us there. He gave us a small room to stay in, 4 of us. There was one small bed, but we also used just the floor to sleep on. He would feed us. Actually, the wife was the one that brought food. But the wife said that we don't have enough food, but we'll be able to feed you once a day, and you can share a plate full of food. We were grateful for that, and we shared the meals they gave us. We spent there for 3 weeks. But during those 3 weeks, the hunger became so much because just the food we were eating was just not enough, sharing amongst the 4 of us. But we were able to, myself, my sister, and my older cousin, actually my cousin who was the same age, we were able to sustain that hunger. But the only person that had a difficult sustaining the hunger was my younger brother, Rousseau. He was 6 years old. And one day, all of a sudden, we were sitting in a room, and he said, "Oh, my heart is painful. My heart is painful." And we all freaked out. And we called the lady in the house, and she came running. Then that's what we told her, that our brother is having a problem with his heart. She went back and grabbed a piece of sweet potatoes, and he gave it to him. As soon as he ate it, he said, "My heart is feeling well." But we knew that, and she had told us that she was not going to be able to feed us during the day. She normally fed us during the night and evening. So we decided that the plate that she's going to bring us at night, we're going to take a very small portion, and we're going to keep it aside for Rousseau so that he can eat it the next day, because he could not wait for the next evening. I remember one night, we left the food there, and we woke up in the morning, and we're getting ready to, like at 10 o'clock, we're getting ready to give Rousseau the leftover, and there was nothing. The plate was empty, and the mice had ate the food. We told him, just hang in there. It's a few hours. You can do it. At night, we ate, but I figured, we're gonna be here for a long time. This is going to be a problem. So I had an idea that, most of the time they fed us sweet potatoes. So whenever they fed us sweet potatoes, we knew that they were probably going to have some leftovers. So I decided that every night, when they fed us sweet potatoes, I'm going to wait until everybody goes to bed, and then I'm going to go and steal some sweet potatoes, at least get 1 or 2, and be able to keep Rousseau going. I just remember going in the dark and going around in the pantry and finding a pot of sweet potatoes. I didn't know what it was, but I knew it was going to be in the pantry. I knew where the pantry was, and I would just find. And once I found it, I would count how many potatoes are there, and I'll make sure I take 1 or 2, depending on how many they're in there, because I didn't want them to realize that we're stealing the food. In the morning, one time, we've overheard the lady saying, "I'm going to kill these goats." Apparently, so she had goats that lived in the pantry, and she thought they were the goats that were going and going into the pot of the sweet potatoes. It was terrifying, because had she known it was us, they were probably going to kick us out of the house. But thankfully, they did not. While we were so fortunate to have so little to eat, 2 of my sisters were running around and hiding in the bushes. And as I found out this after the genocide, they spent 7 days without eating. It got to the point where it was unbearable, and they decided there was a third person with my sisters one of my sisters and her friend, they went in, they were same age. They decided, our older sister told them, since we guys are kids, the killers are probably not focusing on you. So you need to go to the neighbors and see if somebody can give you something to eat. But for me, I'm going to stay here for some time because she was, I believe at the time she was 25. So she was an elder lady, a girl, and she just was so terrified to get out of the bushes. So the two left the bushes. They could not stand up. As a story they told me, was that they were just crawling down on the floor until they made their way to the house that was next to the field where they were hiding. They went and they entered and they asked that there was a lady that was there. The family was a Hutu family, but the lady was a kind person and was able to give them some food. It was later that day that my sister and her friend heard a screaming noise, and that was my older sister that had been found by Hutu extremists, and they were trapping her with machete in that field. After a few days, when my other sister and her friend stayed with that family, the lady had hid the husband that those two were there. But later on, after a few days, he found out that they were there, and he ordered that they leave. He did not kill them, but he ordered that they leave. My sister said, okay, we need to leave. She said, I'm gonna go to one of my family friends. He is the godfather. My mother was the godmother of one of his child. So she knew she was probably gonna be safe. She was so eager to go and find safety there. But the friend said, well, let's just wait until, let's go hide in the field and then go at night when there's no one around, because they'll probably kill us if they see us. But my sister refused. She was so eager to go. She wanted to go. And by that time, she was already hungry and was looking for something to eat. She took off, and she didn't even go 5 meters. She met a young girl who screamed and said, "Doromu Tutsi, Doromu Tutsi." It means there is a Tutsi here. And then the man came out of the house nearby, running with a machete, and immediately cut her neck off. So, like I said, three weeks was the maximum we spent with the man. Until one day he came to us. He entered the room and asked me, since I was the oldest, he gave me a piece of paper to read. And I read it. And he said, "Habimana, we know that you are hiding Kagabo's kids. We want you to kill them, or else we'll kill them ourselves." He told us, "I'm not gonna kill you, I can't kill you, but I also don't want them to come find you. So you need to leave and go to your aunt's house, who lived about 3 miles away, and you're gonna find your mother there." Well, we said, okay. We were motivated by being able to meet our mother after 3 weeks without seeing we didn't know where anybody was. We walked down, the man showed us the way. He told us, you need to go through, don't go through a pathway or the road. You need to go in the bushes and go And thankfully, that area I knew a little bit of it. It was at night, though. It was in evening. It was dark. There was just a little bit light coming from the moon. So we started walking. But we walked about 5 minutes, and we met. And the bushes sometimes ran into a pathway. So as we were going to cross the pathway and keep continuing into the bushes, we met a man, and this man said, hey guys, where are you going? And he looked at me, and immediately he recognized me. But then he said, we told him, well, we're going to our aunt, not too far from here. So can you please help us and follow us there? He said, oh, no, I cannot, because I'm going to a Kwibuka. Barriere was like a roadblock that they put all over the city to keep the Tutsis from running away and finding them and pretty much kill them. So most Tutsis knew that not to go in any pathway. You always had to go through bushes to get anywhere. So he said, but be careful, because Rurangwa is down there on the red block. So you need to not go this direction. You need to go a different direction, because he will kill you. Rurangwa was a man that he was a Hutu, but was a principal of a primary school where my mom taught. But Rurangwa liked my sister, my older sister. But my sister was not ready to date, and she pretty much said, like, no, I'm not old enough. I can't date. So Rurangwa said some bad words to her. That's way before the genocide. So anyways, but he didn't know the story, but he knew that Rurangwa had already been active in killing. And the guy was sympathetic for us. I don't know why, but he, maybe because he recognized me from, but he was, just like we know now, every single Hutu was bad. So immediately we say, okay, thank you. We kept going, but we didn't go through the bushes, because we had to kind of go a different direction until we find another area that's more crowded with bushes, so we can keep going. But before we reached another set of plantation to get into, another man showed up in front of us. Then he looked at us and said, where are you kids going? With a very rudely loud voice. Where are you guys going? And who are your parents? Then I replied, we are Kagawa's kids. Eh? Kagawa's kids? I wonder about Kagawa. Kagawa Metre. He said, kids, the Kagawa, the principal, my father was also a principal at a different school, a primary school. And he reached on the side of his underneath his jacket where he had, and I didn't see what he was reaching for. But my brother, who was on my left at a different angle, later had told me that he saw a knife that the guy had was pulling. Immediately, as he was reaching, then another man showed up on his right. All of a sudden, they started greeting. As they were greeting, then something just told me, grab your brother's arm and move away from the guy. So I did. And the rest followed, my younger sister and my cousin. So then we ran fast, and immediately we jumped down into at a lower level and where there was a field. And we walked a few meters, terrified, and we could not go anymore. We just sat down and lay down and had to process everything. In front of us, there was a house in a field. Well, it was near the road. So about 20 meters, there was another road. But by the road, there was another house. But this house was had a new roof. At the time, that new roof was so shiny that it looked, maybe it's just also being paranoid, it looked like there was a roadblock. That was a roadblock. So it's like I'm seeing the roadblock in front of me. There's no way. Where are we going to go pass by? So we stayed there for hours and hours. But before it got light out, like 5 in the morning, we said, well, if we stay here, the people that are coming to do work in the field, they're probably going to find us here and kill us. Well, we need to keep moving. So I remember it was just a discussion between us, but also I was just so terrified, and I had just lost hope at the time. But I remember my father standing above us and praying. And I remember in the past how my mother would just call me, and whenever she was doing some chores, he called me, he's like, come here. Then I'll go to her, and she just started telling me some stories, and just having a conversation with me. At that time, I was probably like, 6, 7 years old. And she would just randomly say things like, oh, one day I was working from school. She was a teacher also. And it was raining so hard, and I decided to go underneath the tree so I can wait for the rain to pass. And she said, well, one day, I just said, well, the rain is not too much. Let me just start working. And she told me as soon as she started working, the thunder hit the tree where she was under. And that's all she said. She didn't say much, but for something, I think she just wanted to kind of teach me that, sometimes in life, miracles happen. And I was so young, and didn't think too much of it. I just thought it was, oh, wow, that's, you survived the thunder, but I didn't think too much of it. But in the genocide, I was trying to just find something to hold on to. And so at the time, as I was the oldest, I had to make the decision of what we need to do. And the first thing I did was say a prayer. Please, God, help us. Because I knew, I was looking at my dad praying, and my mom giving me those stories. And at night, every night, as a family, we prayed before we went to bed. So those things, yes, I was a little, but those are the things that, somehow when you don't have anything as a child to hang on to, that was enough to give me the courage to keep going. And I would just say something quickly to the parents. Please, it doesn't matter how old your child is. Teach them how to pray. It does not matter how old they are. So we kept going. We decided, well, let's say a prayer together, and then we start walking. But we need to walk before it's light so that we don't meet some people along the way. So we started walking, and at that time, it was light enough to see that it was not the roadblock. That time, it was just a shiny rooftop. So we started walking, and we crossed that road quickly and went into another bush. And we started walking again. I didn't know, I got to the point where I didn't know where I was going. And of course, my younger brother and my younger sister had no idea. But because I knew where that road was going, I would just go parallel to that road and just using the light poles and the wires to kind of guess to which direction I am going, because it just in the bush was still dark, and I had to go straight. I could not take different directions. Anyways, so eventually I reached my end. We reached my end, and it was still early in the morning. We knocked, but nobody answered. But we said, well, it's still early, so maybe we just need to hang on until it's like light. Maybe they are afraid. And we heard somebody coughing inside. Then we told each other, oh yeah, that's Mom's voice. We were convinced, yeah, that's Mom. I mean, yes, there were so many people in the house, but we just were so eager to go and just hug our mom. And then when it was light, I knocked, and then someone opened for us. And when we entered, they were so shocked to see us. Then the first thing I said, where is Mom? Where is Mom? Because I didn't see her. And they said, your mom is not here. And then I was like, well, Habimana told us that my mom was here. We said, so she said, she's not here. And I really don't know, but I know that some of your brothers, older brothers, have made it to safety. She had found some information that a couple of my brothers had found safety, but I don't know where your mom is. But then she said, things are really bad. We are so afraid as well, and I don't know how long we're gonna live here. We're gonna be able to live. And she decided, well, if we all die, let's have maybe some people will survive. Let's just split you, Kaka, and your cousin, go and I think your brother may still be alive, but she didn't know, but she was just trying to motivate us. And I'll keep Rousseau and Stella, the youngest, because they can't run. So if we die here, we die together. But if you also die, hopefully no one dies. But at this point, we have to separate you guys. So I said, okay. I went, and I don't even remember saying goodbye to anyone, even my younger sisters. Before I left, though, I was still terrified to just walk away. So she gave my cousin, her son, to help us go through the way, because he also knew the way. Now we were making our way to the capital city. So we went and got to my brother's house. He was still there. But he said that 2 days ago, they almost killed us, but they didn't. It was just raining so much that they didn't want to take us to the killing site. So they said they'll come back for us. So we stayed there for some time. And eventually, after like 3 or 4 days, my brother called me and said, I just found out that Hutus are coming to kill us. Then he said, he gave me a piece of paper that had that was folded, and then unfolded it, and he had written a bunch of numbers, and he said, take this, it's my bank account information. If you survive, go withdraw the money and you can use it. He pretty much had surrendered for death. So I left, and it was he told me, go to your aunt and see if she's still alive. But you're so little, they may not be worried about you. We went and we kind of navigated around the roadblocks, and we reached our aunt, and she was still alive. But she was also terrified. She said, they're going to kill us anytime. You guys go to the neighboring, there was an orphanage near where she lived. She said, you guys go there and tell them that you need safety. Gisimba is a good man, and he will hide you guys. Before we left, though, somebody came at my aunt's house and had notified us that my brother had been taken to a killing pit and he had been murdered. So they beat him with Tamhongano Yumnganzi, which was a big club that had nails sticking on the outside, and that's pretty much it. Kill him to death with that. We eventually arrived at Gisimba and we told him the story, and I just started getting emotional and broke down crying, but he said, don't worry, we'll keep you here, you're gonna be fine. Inside Gisimba there was so many people. The room I entered was close to 60 people just piled. Everybody was just running to his orphanage. At the end, we found out there was actually over 300 people in different rooms he had kept. And about 2 days in, I also, my aunt came running and said that they just killed your cousins. Then she told us also what they did. Normally what they did, they normally take them to the killing pits. It's just a deep pits they had created, and they will either kill you and throw it there, or sometimes they'll throw you alive. Apparently my cousin was thrown in alive and died after several hours just for suffocation with the dead bodies over him. I don't go into a lot of details because it's just so much that happened, but at Gisimba, every day the Hutu militias would come inside the rooms and pick whoever they want to pick, including the room where I was. I always hid like in the back, near where the toilets were, and normally they came in and they were concentrating on the adults. And I mean, every time they entered, we all ran into the toilet, whoever was close to the toilet. And of course, we didn't mind how dirty it was, and even just coming back with the wet floor. And I mean, we slept on the floor, but that did not bother us at all. It was one day there that we found out that actually the Hutu militias had surrounded the compound, and they were going to make their way in. They had machetes, and they were going to come and start killing all of us. And some of them had guns that they were going to use to shut down the entire building, so that whoever they did not kill would die after they brought the house down. It was just so, and they knew how many people there were. There were just so many people. There was no way they were going to kill everyone with machetes. So that was one of the ways they used to kill, to do a mass killing. Eventually, so there was a man that worked for a non-profit organization. He was an American man. His name was Carl Wickens. That day he had came to give us some water. He would fill out our tank and provide the water for us. So, but when the Hutu militias were there, when they got there, they saw him. Then they said, one of them said, well, we can't kill these people in front of this white man. So they went away. But it was a couple days later that the man actually, Carl Wickens, had went and pleaded to get us taken out of there and be taken to a church. And luckily, they agreed, and they brought so many buses. I think it was 6 buses, and they piled us in there. And he was using that, the word he was using is also orphanage are being killed, so you need to save this orphanage. But when they got there, really, there was just a bunch of adults and the people they had been looking for. But they gave them the order that they can't kill no one at that time. So they transported them. They took us and transported us to the church, and we stayed there for 4 days until the RPF actually liberated us on July 4th. So I found out later that as we were trying to find out who survived in our family, we found out that our father, our mother had also been killed. My mother was found by our next door neighbor, and she was also slaughtered, and it was thrown down the toilet, which was normally the deep pit they built outside, and they put enclosure to that, and that's what they use as a toilet. And they kept using that. And my father was also found running, and was also killed, slaughtered with machete, and left in the field. And so we were able to gather all the remains, and we did a burial for them. We were able to, at that time, what survivors were doing, they were washing all the remains, the bones, the skulls, before they buried them, as a way to give them respect. My family did that, and I was glad that we did that, because that was the way I was able to say goodbye for the last time with my family members. So at the time, I lived in the US, so we went there, and I came back after the burial. And that time is when I started reflecting on what I had seen and had heard, the stories of how my parents and my siblings died. I started getting nightmares, and at times I would wake up out of my sleep with my heart racing. I'll go outside, take fresh air, but sometimes it didn't go down. I had to call an ambulance. The ambulance will come, but before they got there, my heart had become normal. But I was so comfortable that at least even if they come, at least somebody will find me. I was thinking I may die by a heart attack because it was just so scary, and it was an experience I had never experienced before. Eventually I went, it happened so many times that I had to go see a doctor and get my heart checked. I did all the exams, everything was fine. The specialist was also checked my heart and said, "You're perfectly fine." And I said, "Okay, I'm fine, so I don't have to worry." But those things did not go away. But 3 years ago was the last time I had to call an ambulance. And that time was about a month before my wife joined me here in the United States. Since my wife got here, I had never had any problem with heart racing, panic attacks. And whenever I had anything, like I also used to have some weird things where I'll feel like somebody's choking me in my sleep. Then I'll shout. But when I lived by myself, when I shouted, no one was there to get me out of sleep. And I actually didn't know I was shouting until my wife one time, she tapped on me. And then I woke up, and I was like, "What's going on?" She's like, "Oh, you were shouting." And then I remembered all those times when I was fighting to get up, and worried so much that someday I will die in my sleep because I can't get myself up. That one time was the last time she woke me up, shouting. After that time, I was so much comfortable that I will never have to fight again. Every time I shout, my wife will be there to wake me up before I even have to struggle. I wish my wife was here to hear this. She's in Rwanda with our 8-month son. For the first time, she took them to Rwanda to commemorate with her family. But I know she knows that because I tell her and I thank her for being part of my life, and she had been a blessing, and she had pretty much cured my trauma. Now, the addition of our son, Zen, it's beyond imagination of how blessed I am. Thank you, everyone, for being with us. And continue to be strong, genocide survivors. And also, I encourage you to share your stories, because this is the only way we're going to live without fear of these genocide deniers, because our truth will be out and the world will know our truth. But if we don't share it, they will be hearing other stories that are not needed to be heard. Thank you so much, and thank you, friends of Rwanda, for being here. So much blessing for us, and we appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kaka, for having the courage to share your story with us today. And in the interest of time, everything we've had in programming has been so important and impactful, so we've tried not to limit so much, but we are running pretty behind on time, so I would ask any of our next speakers to please keep your remarks brief. And at this time, I would love to call Dr. Emmanuel Rudatsikira to share a message of hope with us. Thank you very much.
A few years ago, at the commemoration of the genocide against Tutsis that took place at Andrews University, I was sitting in the audience weeping as I listened to the testimonies of survivors. As I was weeping, I felt a hand on my shoulder. Someone in the audience was reaching out to comfort me. Today, I wish I were once again in the audience instead of being here in front of you. But I do understand that we have to take turns. We have to take turns to comfort one another. We have to take turns to encourage one another. We have to take turns to lift up one another. So today is my turn. May God help me. Where else to turn for comfort where all hope is gone? Where else to turn for encouragement when your world has been turned upside down? There is nowhere I know except in the Word of God. Psalm 37, verse 1-3, God is our refuge and strength, and ever-present help in trouble. Therefore, we not fear, though the earth give way and the mountains fall into the heart of the sea, though its waters roar and foam and the mountains quake with the surging. When I got a call from Immaculée to speak today, Ezekiel 37, verse 1 to 10 came to my mind right away. It reads, "The hand of the Lord came upon me and brought me into in the spirit of the Lord and set me down in the midst of the valley, and it was full of bones. Then he caused me to pass by them all around, and behold, there were very many in the open valley, and indeed they were very dry. And he said to me, Son of man, can these bones live? So I answered, O Lord, you know. Again he said to me, prophesy to these bones and say to them, O dry bones, hear the word of the Lord. Thus says the Lord God to these bones, surely I will cause breath to enter into you, and you shall live. I will put sinews on you and bring flesh upon you, cover you with skin, and put breath in you, and you shall live. Then you shall know that I am the Lord. So I prophesied as I was commanded, and as prophesied there was a noise, and suddenly a rattling, and the bones came together, bone to bone. Indeed, as I looked, the sinews and the flesh came upon them, and the skin covered them, but there was no breath in them. Also he said to me, prophesy to the breath, prophesy, Son of man, and say to the breath, thus says the Lord God, come from the four winds, O breath, and breathe on this land, that they may live. So I prophesied as commanded, and breath came into them, and they lived, and stood upon their feet, an exceedingly great army. What can we take from this scripture? The very many dry bones were the bones of the slain. Those who had slain them believed that it was over. But they were very wrong. There are three things that those who had slain them either did not know, or had forgotten, or had chosen to ignore. And those three things are as follows. Number one, only God has the last word. Number two, the Almighty God has the power to speak to very dry bones and command them to live. Number three, the sovereign Lord has the power to turn very dry bones into an exceedingly great army. In Hebrews chapter 10, verse 36 and 37, we read, for you have need of endurance, so that when you have done the will of God, you will receive what he has promised. For in just a little while, he who is coming will come, and with no delay. For as it's written in Isaiah 25, verse 8, God will swallow up death forever. The sovereign Lord will wipe away the tears from all faces. He will remove his people's disgrace from all the earth. The sovereign Lord has spoken. Be strong, my sister. Be strong, my brother. God is not a man that he should lie, nor a son of man that he should change his mind. Whatever he says, he does it. He's the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. Just trust him. God will take care of you until the day when he will command the very dry bones to live. God will take care of you. God will take care of us until that day when we will be reunited with our beloved ones and live with them in the presence of the Lord forever. Comfort one another with his words. May the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord make his face shine on you and be gracious to you. May the Lord turn his face to you and give you peace. Amen.
Muraho. Muraho. I think General Dare has to answer that. There is a danger of speaking last, but there is also a good thing about this is we've heard a lot of things from yesterday through Dr. Euster, General Darrell, the survivors who shared their hearts. And looking at time, I think Beriz should have given me the minutes she wants me to speak, but I'll try to be as brief as I can. Most of you are expecting the ambassador to be the one speaking, but you got me. I'll try to do justice to her and to you. But one thing she asked me to do is to send her greetings, to tell you that she thanks for your friendship and solidarity. And our entire team asked me to tell you that mukomere. Turi kumwe ndetse tuzahora dufatanyije muri ibi bikorwa byo kwibuka abacu. I wanted to thank the organizers, especially to you, Ms. Makile Songa, and all the team that you worked with, and of course to the community leadership under Mr. Nemaru. Thank you for organizing an event that honors our loved ones and keeping the frames of their memory burning strong. Of course, yesterday the youth did a wonderful thing. We did a walk to remember. I wanted to thank them because each segment was so meaningful. But one thing I liked most was to read out the names of the victims. They have names. We can't keep them in numbers. Notre Dame, thank you so much for your hosting, and of course the law school. This is always a support of friends and the friends I see around. Is a sign of solidarity and friendship that the people of Rwanda, and especially the survivors, need to see and hear and feel. And this is just a reminder that we are not standing alone. Thank you so much. To Console, Kizito, Kagabo, who shared their stories yesterday and today, there is not much we can say, but thank you for your for accepting to graciously share your testimonies, and for bearing the burden to carry on the torch in memory of those who departed. Through your testimony, we are able to have a glimpse from where Kagabo was and from where Console was and Kizito and others who are in this audience. Just shows that time, that day of darkness. But also, your stories don't stop there, fortunately. They show the light that will always overcome darkness. Your strength, the way you share your stories, just shows how evil will never defeat good, as we just heard from a person who just shared the message of hope. To all the survivors, there is a message our President, His Excellency Paul Kagame, shares. He has shared it several times, but again shared it. we acknowledge the burden that you carry. Yet, we ask you again and again to carry more, to sustain, to keep in there, so that we may have the country that we have today. But he said it very well. It is you who had anything to give for us to have this country. It is the forgiveness that you only could give that has enabled Rwanda go miles and milestones. So much we had yesterday, but today we had both the perspective of Dr. Yusta, but General Darrell, the man who understood what mandate a peacekeeper should have been, should have had. Friends who are seated here, I think General Darrell gives us a picture of the friendships that we have, but also gives the courage to the Rwandans to know how to stand up, to know how to defend the good, to defend what they know and they see as good. I was thinking earlier, hearing some the stories and the researchers and the scholars, what they shared, how meticulous this genocide was planned and executed, how every Tutsi and their homes were marked and known, and militias mobilized from your neighbors, from your teachers, from the people you knew and who knew you. But Mzee right now shared something of thanking God, the timing of these young men, the Rwandan Patriotic Army, under the leadership of Paul Kagame. Everyone who gives a story tells you when they arrived at that point, they knew it was ending. And thank God they came. Thank God they saved the day, or they rescued them. But as people who are commemorating, there is a question that we should be answering. What are we doing enough to support the survivors? Yes, there is a burden we cannot help them carry, and indeed we cannot even define it. But I think each one of us, the best way to remember our loved ones and to support is to support even the survivors, to lessen that burden and harm and the loneliness and that time of the night, as Kagabo just shared, when even sleep, you wake up, you jump up, you shout. But I think standing around them and supporting them is something we should do. And the government of Rwanda has put that as its goal from the beginning. I think what Kizito shared at the time when he was rescued from the swamps where he was, these young men who rescued him were working as nurses, doctors. They were doing everything to support and to give him life again. But from then, there's a lot that the government has done and the people of Rwanda have done. Most of us know FARJ. That's a fund to support vulnerable survivors. Through FARJ, we have been able to educate, give shelter, give health care, put a little money into income-generating activities, and direct support to the elderly and those who are living with disabilities. That, I think, we've seen so many being supported, but something else I've seen the spirit of Rwanda is these people who have been supported by these programs coming back to give a hand to other survivors. We have partnered with organizations formed by survivors to help. Right now, we are actually faced with another challenge. We have people who survived alone, no one else, but age is catching up. As Rwandans, we know in Chiche, they are vulnerable, they are alone. So I think now the strategy is trying to build hostels to be able to bring them closer to services and support. All that being done, there is nothing I think we heard from each speaker that replaces what we can do as people to support in whatever way we can. And that's to Rwandans, but even to our friends who are seated here. To kind of bring this commemoration to close, I wanted to kind of look at what we do. You allow me to pose this question. And this is my way of saying to abide by Belize and the time I'm seeing. But let me ask this question. What then? The 2 days we've commemorated, we've remembered but then what, all that we've had, what's our next course of action? That's to Rwandans, but also to our friends who are seated here with us. Think about that. But as you do, I wanted to share a few. I think we need to form a unified voice. That's survivors, Rwandans, all Rwandans, but also our friends. To denounce the deniers. I think General Dairo just put that right. It's true. As a government, we need to pay attention to that. And yes, we are. But there is nothing normally that replaces what we as people can do. And I was thinking the idea of to not only to, as we were encouraged since yesterday, to write and record, but to come together to form coalitions, to knock doors, to tell our representatives these stories, but also what else is happening that is against the memory of our loved ones. We must keep pressure on leaders of Western countries mostly, but of even some in Africa, to ensure that fugitives are sought, arrested, prosecuted, or deported to Rwanda to face justice. We were celebrating recently of what the government of Canada did of adopting a day of reflection. And as General Dallaire did, they did a reflection of the true name of the genocide against the Tutsi. But then it leaves us with the question, what, as Americans and Rwandans and our friends who are seated here, I think it is a time where America takes the lead or joins these countries. The state of Indiana be reminded to have a day of reflection. But the US government to know that memory is important to Rwandans, but also to the human race. We've learned that denial is the last stage of genocide, but it's actually another cycle. If we don't remember, if we don't come together to reflect and learn lessons, that's a cycle we are risking going into. So as a people, it's good to stand up as our youth, embrace memory, hold fast to the tradition, build strong bonds of human solidarity, and learn, teach, and above all, strive to leave this world a better place. That is what all of us should do. In the respect of time, I think if you think of another action we can point at, I think that can come up and we can talk about it. What I can promise is one thing: the Embassy of Rwanda is on your side, fully. To ensure memory of our loved ones, to support survivors, and fight against genocide. I didn't go much into what we are doing to take our role, but at the international scene, recently Rwanda became the third troop contributing countries to UN peace operations. A small country taking big steps. But not only that, as General Dallaire was saying, he goes to Rwanda to train with our troops. But one thing is, Rwanda, under the Kigali principles of the protection of civilians, is saying out loud the necessity of peacekeepers doing their job. And that's what we do wherever we are, be it in South Sudan, be it in Sudan, be it in Central African Republic, is to make sure that the people under our protection don't end up where Rwandans were when they were left with Dallaire without troops and equipment. Thank you again, and may God bless each one of you.
Thank you, Mr. Manzi, and thank you for your continued commitment. If we could please ask Ms. Rose Gatete to come forward and deliver us some closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Belize. 25 years since the genocide started in Rwanda. To us, to Rwandans, and I'm sure to friends of Rwanda, it feels like it was yesterday. But thanks to the support that we've been receiving from the community, from families and friends, that we were able to move through these 25 years. I would like to thank the Rwandese community for supporting this event, the Midwest, with the leadership of Nyumaru, I would like to thank all the speakers. Since yesterday, we had 2 good events. Our friends learned a lot, and that's what we need to do, to continue to teach them, to bring awareness of what happened, and to not let the memories of our loved ones just die. We have to remember them. I would like to thank, on behalf of the Rwandese community, General Dallaire. And I want to ask all of you to go home with one question. If you are faced with an ethical dilemma, a question or where you have to make a decision, what would you do? Would you say yes to your boss or no when you have to save a life? And also to the young people who are in the audience, it starts when you are young. There is much bullying going on in schools. What would you do? Immaculée called us not to be bystanders, but upstanders. Are we gonna go home telling ourselves that we need to be upstanders, no bystanders? Thank you so much, Kizito Kalima, with your organization for supporting this event. We don't have words to really say thank you. And I would like Stacy to stand up. Thank you so much, Stacy, for not giving up on Kizito. That is an act of courage that we want every single one to have. She's saving his life and the life of so many around Kizito. Thank you so much, Console, for sharing your story. Thank you, Kaka, for sharing your story. The Embassy of Rwanda, we thank you so much for your commitment. We know that you are on our side. That's why we have hope to move on. We thank our youth for the amazing work that they've been doing. We thank our elders that have been supporting us, giving us messages of hope, Dr. Ruda Tsikira, Pastor Bayingana. Without God, you cannot do anything. You cannot. So God has been on our side, and we know He will take us through. And I can't finish without asking Immaculée to stand up. Immaculée, can you please stand up? I can't find words, and I'm sure the entire team that prepared this commemoration, you can't find words to say thank you to Immaculée. She worked tirelessly. Sometimes I will go to work and I will think of something and I will send a text message in the morning thinking that she's sleeping, and she will call me right away. And I said, well, we talked around midnight, so can't you rest? I said, I didn't go to bed until 2 a.m. We thank you so much. She really put this whole 2 days together, and we really appreciate. And this is exactly what we need to do. As General Dallaire said, that we cannot stop moving forward. We need to do so, raising awareness of what happened, to stop those who are denying genocide. We need to work tirelessly. We need to act. As he said again, that the genocide was stopped by Rwandans, by a group of courageous people who decided to move forward, to act. The RPF, under the leadership of our president, Paul Kagame. That's what we need to do. We need to act. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your patience. We've been together for 5 hours. I didn't give you a break. So I really want to thank you for being here, for being attentive, for asking all the right questions. And if all of this moves you, we hope that it will sustain you throughout the year, as you think about what the call to action that was the common thread here, what can you do with yourself unilaterally to just move us forward as we build long-lasting peace? We thank you so much. There will be refreshments outside that you can partake in. And if you are interested in Kaka's book, it is also outside for sale, and he will be signing autographs. Thank you so much, and have a good evening.